Chapter 1017. Good, I'll cheer for you. Slow down a bit. Wait for Xiaobei and the others to come back. I still have something I need their help with, so it might take a few more days. Li Longji was very satisfied with the things he wanted to know. As he walked out, he suddenly stopped at the door and said to Zhang Xiaobao, Mount Huangshan is a large area. There are low and high, big and small. There are many mountains. It must feel good to jump down from them. Thank you, Your Majesty. Please leave quickly, and don't reveal the secret. I understand. They don't have hot air balloons, but they still have hang gliders. I have a way to deal with them. Zhang Xiaobao personally pushed Li Longji out. As Li Longji walked, he turned his head and said, There are still parachutes. Even if I tire them to death, they won't be able to use parachutes as hang gliders. Oh, I forgot. I should have found Cuckoo and told her that parachutes can also be powered. They just need to bring a box of batteries. Zhang Xiaobao pushed Li Longji far away. When he returned to the room, he suddenly thought of this problem. Powered parachutes were very useful in light winds. They didn't need to fly for a few hours. After flying for 10 minutes, they would be able to drop a group of combat personnel behind the enemy. With the combination of the wind direction and terrain, they would be able to execute an unimaginable tactic. Not to mention the enemy who had never seen a paraglider before. Even if he and Cuckoo were to suddenly see a group of paragliders flying in the sky, they would still tremble. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao said to the group of battalion-level commanders and above, You guys discuss first. I'll go to Cuckoo's room. Leaving the group of people behind, Zhang Xiaobao ran to Wang Wan's room. He waited at the door for 10 minutes before he was allowed to enter. When Zhang Xiaobao came back just now, because the emperor was there, and they were discussing the political and economic affairs of the country, the referees didn't judge the ratio between the sand table time and the actual time. Therefore, no one stopped Zhang Xiaobao from waiting outside the door, which was a small advantage for Zhang Xiaobao. The real situation was that Zhang Xiaobao used his time to give Li Longji advice. The two sides were even. Even if other generals saw it, they wouldn't be dissatisfied. Zhang Shogui had seen it. Seeing the emperor chase after Zhang Xiaobao and force him to answer his questions, not only was Zhang Shogui not angry, he even chuckled and said to the generals in the room, Actually, we've always had the advantage. We're generals, so we're only in charge of fighting wars. Xiaobao and Cuckoo have to take care of their own businesses, as well as answer His Majesty's questions at any time. Do you see that? Don't know too much. The more complicated things you know, the more tired you will be. You have to take care of your family, your younger siblings, and the country's affairs. Why bother? The other generals said nothing. They could tell that Zhang Shogui was clearly jealous. His Majesty can ask you for advice because you are capable. The more you meddle, the more capable you are. They want His Majesty to ask about economic matters. However, if His Majesty really asks, how should they answer? Seeing that no one agreed with him, Zhang Shogui's face darkened as he ordered, Don't look at each other. When fighting, my vanguard has to fight for a stable territory for the Central Army. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know what the others were thinking. As soon as he entered Wang Wan's room, he said, Cuckoo, I suddenly thought of something. Shouldn't we have the Ministry of Works immediately research the automatic paraglider, so that we can experiment with it, and use it when we go to fight Duo Shi? Wang Wan had just finished setting up a hidden force. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she paused for a moment before asking, Xiaobao, can't we make a simple airplane in a year? We already have diesel engines, and the place we're going to fight is already cold. Can the soldiers withstand the cold if they fly there? Paragliders can't carry heavy objects, so they're inferior to airplanes. I'm not asking for airplanes to exceed the speed of sound. As long as it can fly faster than hot air balloons, it's fine. The earliest airplanes have 2 layers of 4 wings. In theory, it's fine as long as it has 2 engines. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. I don't understand. I've never collected such things before. I only like to buy yachts, and I don't like to buy second-hand goods. If we can't research it, we have to achieve our strategic goals at the crucial moment. Let the Ministry of Works make a paraglider first. This can increase the data collection and organization of the technology. In the future, We might be able to use it for other purposes. Once we understand the propulsion system, we can put it on a large hot air balloon. It can be used for rescue missions or sightseeing. Then let's do it. Wang Wan pulled a piece of paper over and started to design the paraglider with Zhang Xiaobao. Although it looked simple, it wasn't easy at all when it came to designing it. Wang Wan always regretted that she didn't learn more about the subject back then. Zhang Xiaobao, on the other hand, was recalling how he learned when he was playing. After he became rich, he learned how to parachute, fly an airplane, drive a yacht, dive, and so on. He was also good at golf and surfing. Anyway, he had to master all the recreational things. He was good at deceiving people. In Wang Wan's house, in addition to Princess Jincheng, there was also Li Longji, who came to talk to Empress Wang about how to reduce the tax and management fees. Li Longji knew that the fight would definitely not start within 3 hours, so he didn't go to the central sand table. Instead, he returned to Wang Wan's house. It was mainly because of Empress Wang. She liked her goddaughter very much. Princess Jincheng was also very grateful to Wang Wan, so she always liked to stay in Wang Wan's house. Even if she didn't talk or disturb Wang Wan, she was happy to see Wang Wan. At this moment, they once again understood the difficulties of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They had to consider everything. Although they solved the problems very quickly, there were always problems that kept appearing. Wait a minute. I'll find something and come back to draw. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan discussed the problem of the materials, they threw down the pen and hurried out. After a while they ran back. When they were about to enter the door, they were stopped by the messenger. Young master, according to the rules, you have to wait for a moment. The messenger was from the Zhang family and the Wang family. He blocked the door and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao's face showed a very helpless expression. He patted his head and stood at the door. Wang Wan also sat there helplessly. Wu Huifei was unhappy. She didn't have the slightest dislike for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo now. She had long stopped thinking about the past. When she saw that Zhang Xiaobao was stopped, and they were not allowed to communicate, she stared at the messenger and said, "You met masters like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. If it were me, I would skin you alive." Aye. The messenger felt wronged. He had to act according to the orders of the referee group. That was the master's request. Otherwise, it would be disobeying orders. It's not his fault. It's not his fault. Your Highness, it has nothing to do with him. If it were other messengers, they would do the same. It won't delay anything. Cuckoo and I can think more. Zhang Xiaobao spoke for his people and said to the messenger, "You look familiar. I remember. You are the grandson of Cripple Zhang, right? The old man used to make a bird cage for me. I like the cage he made. It can be flipped back and forth. It's a pity that I haven't been back for a long time. I thought it would be simple during the new year, but they said that I'm old, and it's not good to mess around. So I stayed in Zhuangzi. When you contact your family, send a message to Cuckoo and me." The messenger immediately burst into tears. "Yes, young master. They said that my grandfather was lame, and that his journey was slow. I even quarreled with them. It's not like we're walking to the capital city. We're in a wheelchair. Young master, if you have anything to say, you can tell me. I'll go in and report it to my wife." "All right, why are you crying? It's not a big deal. Just wait," Zhang Xiaobao said to the messenger. He didn't want to see his family members cry. At this time, Li Longji said, "Tell the referee group that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo can go anywhere they want without restrictions. The time they save is not enough for other things. If any of the generals have different opinions, tell me." The messenger wiped his tears and ran to the center of the sand table to inform the referee group. The referee group gathered together and discussed for a while before coming to a conclusion. Indeed, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to be busy with other things while participating in the military selections. The time spent would be much longer than the time spent on judging the distance. It wasn't that the Tang Empire couldn't do without the military selections, but it couldn't do without the two of them to command other things. Compared to the people's livelihood, the military selections weren't worth mentioning. Thus, they agreed to this preferential treatment and sent people to each room to inform the generals. None of the generals objected. It had nothing to do with who had given the order. They were well aware that the two of them couldn't stay idle. and spent less time on the battlefield than the rest of them. If they objected and something urgent happened in the Great Tang, and they were too slow to deal with it, who could bear the responsibility? After receiving the feedback, Li Longji said happily, "The generals of the Tang Empire are still reasonable. If something happens and they need to use my money and Zhang Xiaobao's logistics system, Xiaobao will have to deal with it. We can't just ignore it, because the military selections are ongoing." Coincidentally, just as Li Longji finished speaking, someone who had nothing to do with the military selections rushed in. He was a member of the intelligence network of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clan. When he saw him, he glanced around and whispered a few words into Zhang Xiaobao's ear. His expression was very grave. Zhang Xiaobao had already entered the room and was discussing the materials for the umbrella with Wang Wan. When he heard what the person said, he frowned. Wang Wan also heard it, and her expression turned grave. "Are you sure?" Zhang Xiaobao's voice wasn't soft as he asked. "Yes. The snow is heavy, and all the roads leading to Tubo are blocked. All the supplies are blocked. Our special team in Fengzhou is still in the spiritual state, which is closer to Tubo. I've sent an order for deer and dogs troops to reinforce them. However, although the distance is relatively short, it is actually very far. It will take at least 20 days to reach the destination. I'm not sure if the animals can withstand the forceful march. The eagle is very fast and will reach the destination in 2 days. After resting for half a day, it will be responsible for transporting the supplies. However, the weight it can carry is limited. Little young master, what do you think?" The person explained the situation in a loud voice. He understood what the little young master meant. He wasn't afraid of being heard, and wasn't guarded against others. Ancestor Chida couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and asked, "You said that it's snowing over there? Very heavy. Even the roads are blocked?" Princess Jincheng also stood up and looked at the person. "Yes, it's snowing. We just received news that our people are trying to open up the roads and transport the supplies to Lesa City. The breeding industry in Lesa City has suffered heavy losses." The person answered honestly, "Xiaobao, I just had a good year this year. I can't bear such a big loss again. You have to think of a way." Princess Jincheng was anxious. She ran over and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't directly reply to Princess Jincheng. Instead, he looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan sighed and said, "I agree. If there are any changes in Tufan, I will make sure that they don't leave anything behind." When everyone was puzzled, Zhang Xiaobao ordered the person who came to pass the news, "Send a report. Order my family's forces in Tufan to take out all the military reserves and provide emergency support to Lesa City. My family's ski business in Idyll, mobilize all the forces. Don't let out the sled dogs that are usually used for rescue. Order all the merchants in Pengzhou who have business cooperation with my family. Tell them to bring out the emergency military supplies that we have prepared for Tufan when we sign the contract. Send them to the border and wait for them to receive it." "Done." "Understood." The person who came hurriedly ran out. Zizhenchai's eyes widened, and he took a deep breath. At this moment, he realized that Xiaobao and Cuckoo had been keeping a backup plan. This wasn't for disaster relief, but to attack him at any time. No wonder they didn't care about his attitude. It turned out that everything was because of this. He didn't even know how many people they had arranged for Tufan. Princess Jincheng didn't think too much about it. When she heard that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were willing to take out things to help, her eyes turned red. She pulled Wang Wan's hand and said, "Cuckoo, big sister thanks you. Our people will also know the benefits of Tang Empire. When we go back, we will tell them how much Tang Empire has sacrificed for them. In the future, if you want to obtain anything from us, just let us know first. Even if we don't use it ourselves, we will send it to you first. We will raise more cows and sheep, dry the milk, and send it to the children of Tang Empire." Wang Wan forced out a polite smile. She was unable to smile sincerely. Although Tufan was on their guard, she and Xiaobao had already treated them as Tang Empire's people, who would be willing to see people from their own country die. Nodding her head, Wang Wan looked at Li Longji. "Your Majesty, where is your team?" Li Longji didn't hesitate. "Pass down my orders. Guangzhou and Guangping. Send the 2,000 hot air balloons that were sent there after the new year. Unload the war weapons, and bring along the logistical supplies. Determine the direction of the wind, and think of a way to fly there as fast as possible. Treat it as a real war. Do your best and minimize the losses of the Tufan people to the minimum. Remember to bring along frostbite medicine and salt. After giving out his orders, Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. I can't keep any secrets. How did you guys find out about it? Same here. Your Majesty, you should be clearer about the influence my family has over there. Zhang Xiaobao didn't stand on ceremony. Everyone was thinking of ways to hide things from each other. He wasn't angry because it wasn't important whether they hid things from each other or not. It wasn't because he wanted to deal with the other party and hide things from them. It was a kind of competition in the dark. They wanted to see who had better arrangements and whose intelligence network was more complete. On the other hand, Zhu Zan was dumbfounded. So that's the case. For a moment his emotions were complicated. Princess Jincheng saw through his thoughts and said, Husband, look. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, and my brother have even mobilized their military forces in order to save our country. Perhaps, if something were to happen in other parts of Great Tang, they might not be able to mobilize their military forces over there. The hot air balloons can't be flown casually. If they encounter a snowstorm or strong wind, they will still be in danger. My brother has asked his men to exchange lives for lives. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's family's wealth will probably be damaged as well. After hearing Princess Jincheng's words, Zhu Zan came to a realization. It wasn't wrong for the other party to be wary of him. Perhaps, there were such hidden forces in various parts of Great Tang. It was just that it wasn't time to use them yet. After pondering over Wang Wan's words, he hurriedly assured Li Longji and Wang Wan. Tufan doesn't have an army. They only have a small group of security personnel, and their numbers don't exceed 10,000. If anyone dares to make use of this opportunity to harm Great Tang, I will kill him first. His entire family will be killed, and not even a blade of grass will be spared. I don't expect my men to be able to send the news over. Their speed is too slow. By the time they arrive, the snow would have already stopped. Xiao Bao, give me an idea. What should we do after the disaster? I won't be returning either. I will stay here to hide from the snow first. Zhu Zan said what he should say, especially the last sentence. The reason why he was staying here was to express that he was in Great Tang. If something were to happen to Tufan, you guys will deal with him. Zhang Xiaobao temporarily put down the matter of his logistics team and started to think about how to make arrangements for Tufan after the disaster. He knew that he didn't need to make any arrangements. The resources and personnel had already been sent over. When the time came, he just needed to spread the news, and the local people would be grateful. Then, he would casually send some things over to comfort them. The real pain and loss would be borne by the people of Tufan themselves. The tolerance of the people was still very strong, no matter if it was the loss of their wealth or the loss of their loved ones. After putting up a front in the imperial court, the people would lick their own wounds. However, this wasn't Zhang Xiaobao's style of doing things. Zhang Xiaobao could kill people without batting an eyelid. He could bring disaster to an entire country. However, he definitely wouldn't be able to ignore it and let the people of his country suffer. Wasn't it just manpower and resources? It couldn't be more precious than the lives of the people of his country. If he didn't have the ability, he would just sigh. If he had the ability to help but didn't do so, because he was afraid that it would cost too much, what right did he have to sit on the throne of the country's ruling class? Wang Wan was also considering this problem. How should she make arrangements to ensure the interests of the people of Tufan as much as possible? Even the dog she raised at home knew to build a nest for her when the weather was cold, let alone humans. Wu Huifei didn't have as many thoughts as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, because there were always people dying in the past. A natural disaster wasn't something that humans could resist. The only thing they could do was to send things over and reduce the taxes. Therefore, she continued Zhu Zan's words and said, if someone really causes trouble, we must kill. Kill his entire family. Otherwise, it won't be enough to deter them. Don't just kill. Cuckoo will naturally be responsible for killing people. She has a lot of troops there. First, consider how to compensate for the loss of the people. Don't find excuses for yourself just because of a natural disaster. Li Longji was afraid that Zhu Zan would think too much, so he stopped Wu Huifei from speaking. Speaking of natural disasters, he thought of the matter between Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zan. No matter what the natural disaster is, people have to save themselves first. Try your best to spread the news to the local people. Tell them that the imperial court has already sent out rescue teams and resources. Tell them not to worry about losses, and think of a way to survive. If there are any losses in wealth, I will compensate them. I have nothing, so there will be heavenly punishment. Li Longji clearly knew that the snow had nothing to do with him, but he still took responsibility for it. The people there believed in such things. Then he said, if the news can be spread, tell the local officials. Don't find excuses for yourself. I don't believe them. I know how Zhang Zhong risked his life in Luzhou. I also know how Zhang Zhong dealt with the flood in Shu province. I want results, not explanations. Li Longji was sad. He had changed a lot because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He was no longer the high and mighty emperor who did not know the people's lives. Now, he was an emperor who traveled or observed the situation of the construction site. He had a deep understanding of the lives of the people. His heart ached for every citizen of Tang. This was because he realized that the real people of Tang treated him well and were willing to protect him. This was especially true when they were outside. The people consciously observed the people around them, afraid that someone would do something to hurt the emperor. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao said, it's not difficult, but it's not easy either. Disaster relief is not difficult. It's just a rescue. I believe the person in charge will know how to do it. The difficult part is the post-disaster reconstruction work. The most direct way is to give money. The amount of money that the people there have lost will be compensated. This amount of money is not much. Whether it's Your Majesty's money in the bank or my family's money, it can be easily sent. When the local people receive the money, they will regain their confidence and continue to do what they originally wanted to do. Then give the money, Xiaobao. Use my money. I can't spend it all. This time, Li Longji did not ask Zhang Xiaobao for money. It's necessary to give money, but it depends on how you give it. I'll make preparations. I'll get some seeds for the local people to plant. There's also the road construction. When the Ministry of Works was researching technology, they produced a lot of asphalt. We'll try our best to pave the road. Your Majesty, you'll pay for this. Cuckoo, and I will pay for the other part. We'll get the medical academy to provide us with the demand for medicinal herbs. Our family will build a series of medicinal herb plantation bases over there, especially the special medicinal herbs. We can't just wait for them to be produced naturally. We have to do it ourselves, Zhang Xiaobao said as he tapped his leg with his hand. When Li Longji heard this, he immediately understood what was going on. Xiaobao did not acknowledge the might of a natural disaster. He wanted to make a set of actions during a natural disaster. Not only did he have to minimize the damage caused by the natural disaster, but he also had to use the natural disaster as an opportunity to integrate the various industries in Tubo. That's right. This is the character of the Zhang family and the Wang family. They'll never bow to any difficulties. They'll become stronger when they encounter a strong opponent. Whether it's a man-made difficulty or a heaven-sent disaster, they'll go ahead with it. Take Luzhou for example. What about the hurricane? If the hurricane didn't come, I wouldn't have developed so quickly. What can I do if I'm comfortable? I'll use this opportunity to build a bridge. There's also Fengzhou. When it was snowing, the transportation ability wasn't that strong. But when it was snowing, the transportation ability on the snowy ground had to be higher than when it was not snowing. Strong. This is true strength. They're so strong that they're arrogant. It's no wonder that the people of Great Tang encountered trouble. When they heard that the people from the Zhang family and the Wang family had come, they immediately became confident and quickly organized themselves to face them bravely. Wu Huifei thought so, and couldn't help but say it softly, so that Princess Jincheng could hear it. Sister Wu is right. Xiaobao and Cuckoo represent invincibility, strength, courage, loyalty, and justice. I just don't know what Xiaobao will do this time. In the past, Tibet suffered from disasters, But I'm used to it. Who lives and who dies is up to fate. At that time, I didn't think about anything else. But after knowing about Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's abilities, I started to think. Why didn't I know how to fight back in the past? So what if it's a natural disaster? Princess Jinsheng said after thinking. She finally realized something. Her great Tang was strong. Cannons rumbled, seeds were produced, Xiao Bao could control the economy, and Cuckoo could teach military affairs. If it was any other country, this might be the main reason why that country was strong. But in Great Tang, this was definitely not the case. Great Tang was strong because of the spirit and backbone that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had brought up. It was just like the good horses of Tubo. Horses were horses, but some horses and wolves would be afraid. When 5 or 6 wolves met a horse that dared to resist, they would usually want to eat the horse, and they would have to pay the price with their lives. At most, a horse could kill more than 3 wolves. When the horse fell, the wolf couldn't be happy. Therefore, strength and weakness weren't so obvious. What was obvious was the will of the ruler, and whether the group below supported him or not. The current Xinhua in Japan were very sad. The people of these 2 places were very supportive of the ruler, but the ruler was weak. He thought about this and that. In the end, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo only used a little force to deter them, and they became like this. It was just because of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's will. If you dare to refuse, I will teach you a lesson. Even if I have to pay a greater price when I teach you a lesson, I still want to tell you this. This was like 2 children fighting. One child was always afraid that his family wouldn't have a good time after he hit the other child. So he would always tolerate it. The other child didn't think about it. After all, if he hit you, you would soften. Then the child who was always bullied would always be bullied. He had too many worries. He didn't even know that his family didn't want him to be bullied. But some children would go all out. In the end, the other party was afraid and didn't dare to bully them anymore. This was what Xiao Bao had told her the last time she returned to Great Tang. Peace had always been supported by the will to fight to the death. If you didn't have this thought, you could only be bullied. If a child was bullied, it could be said that it didn't matter. But if a country was bullied like this, it was too sad. Could it be that the ruler would only be satisfied when the people became as weak as the ruler? Thinking of this, Princess Jinsheng said loudly, "The power of Great Tang lies in the ruler's love for the people, and also in the ruler's never yielding." Her voice was very loud, giving Li Longji a fright. But after hearing Princess Jinsheng's words, he understood why the current Great Tang was different from before. It was because Xiao Bao and Cuckoo didn't allow Great Tang to cower in the face of external matters. It was also because the people of Great Tang felt that they were living a good life, and were willing to work for Great Tang. Or it could be said that for their own glory and their current lives, they were willing to pay the price with their lives. Just like the 100 people outside, every single one of them was willing to give their all for Great Tang. All of this came from the will of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. It was no wonder she couldn't treat them like how she treated others. Even if they didn't kneel or kowtow to her, she wouldn't do anything to them. Other than their abilities, there were also other aspects of them. A person couldn't be without spirit or strength, and this was even more so for a country. We have decided. We will pause the military examination and leave 1 or 2 days for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to think about things. Don't disturb them. Tufan is suffering from a disaster. The various generals can gather together to eat and drink, but they are not allowed to discuss or hint at anything related to the military examination. Otherwise, we will not let them off easily. Tell them that if anyone feels that they can't continue without leaking information to each other, they can withdraw themselves. Don't wait for we to personally make trouble for them. Li Longji watched as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan gathered together once more, muttering to each other. From time to time, they would shake their heads and come up with new ideas. Suddenly he felt his heart ache. Thus, he gave the order to pause the military examination, afraid that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would collapse from exhaustion. What was the military examination? Just based on the current situation, which of the other generals of Great Tang wouldn't be convinced? The death toll was almost 1 to 1, and they were using the support of others. If they immediately judged Wang Wan as the Zhuangyuan, who would object? Furthermore, pausing the military examination wasn't the end. Everyone should take a break. They had been standing in front of the sand table for days and were tired. Once Li Longji gave the order, Zhang Xiaobao and Cuckoo heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't want to give up on the military examination, but they couldn't leave Tufan in the lurch. 2 days was enough. Xiaobao, let's put the matter of the kinetic umbrella aside first. Let's see how Tufan will decide. I know that you don't want to give money directly to the people. Instead, you want to invest in support and let the people of Tufan earn back the money they lost through other methods. At the same time, you have to promote the development of the region. Wang Wan understood what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about. It was easy to give money, and it wouldn't cost much. However, Tufan wasn't like Hongnong. They were two different things. I'm thinking about the climate there. I still have to communicate with the medical college, the Ministry of Works, and the Western Agriculture Temple. If we have to do it, we have to do it well. The crisis is also a turning point. Let's send the survival resources over as soon as possible. After that, we can consider other things. You are right. We should make the airplanes, even if they aren't very useful. If we have large transport airplanes now, we won't have to worry. We can send out 1,000 airplanes, and it will be enough for the local people. Zhang Xiaobao also felt pained about the logistics. The roads had been blocked by heavy snow, and it wasn't something that could be solved with simple transportation. This incident happened too suddenly. Who would have thought that it would suddenly snow in Tufan during spring? It would be good if there were satellites. He believed that with the power of his family, they would be able to react quickly when they discovered that there might be a problem in Tufan. Even if it was just 3 days, they would be able to send the resources over in advance. Wife, there aren't any decent roads in Tufan. I intend to make an asphalt road, which is better than a cement road. It might be able to withstand the changes in temperature to a greater extent. First, let the people in Tufan survive. After that, let them help to build the roads and give them wages. Don't worry if the ground freezes. We can continue to invest money and sprinkle salt. I don't care about the environmental pollution. Let's melt the snow first. Even if we have to invest tens of millions of strings of cash, we still have to carry it out. Send a message to the merchants who have businesses in Tufan, or those who intend to do business there in the future. Ask them if they are willing to invest in the infrastructure. When Zhang Xiaobao thought about Tufan, his head started to hurt. It was easy to cause trouble, but difficult to build. Wang Wan also didn't care about how much money she had to spend. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, she pondered for a moment and walked over to Li Longji. Li Longji also discussed with Gao Lishir and the rest about how the imperial court should act to help Tufan. The ones who were most worried were Chai Zuzan and Princess Jincheng. After all, Tufan was their territory. Chai Zuzan scratched his head with all his might. He accidentally scratched his head, but he didn't feel any pain. Your Majesty, I have discussed with Xiaobao. We request for a certain amount of tax compensation. Wang Wan said to Li Longji. Compensation? Tell me what you want. My Tang dynasty doesn't lack any tax. Tufan can be exempted for 5 years. If your family is willing to fork out a lot of money, you can also be exempted. Li Longji discussed with the others to mobilize the army. The army at the border would be sent out, and the army at the back would move to the border to fill in the gaps. When he heard Wang Wan's words, he thought that they were going to reduce the taxes for Tufan. Furthermore, Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family were willing to fork out money to give benefits to Tufan. Wang Wan knew that Li Longji had misunderstood and explained, Your Majesty, we are not going to reduce the taxes for Tufan. My family should be able to get a tax reduction. Otherwise, other merchants wouldn't be able to get a tax reduction. Xiaobao and I don't care about money. I request that the merchants be given a tax reduction based on the amount of money invested. Li Longji was stunned for a moment. He looked at Wang Wan and Chai Zuzan before asking Wang Wan. Tufan is unavoidable? Chai Zuzan was also confused. Tufan was suffering from a disaster. Why shouldn't they be exempted from taxes? The citizens couldn't pay and were forced to rebel? Wang Wan didn't need Xiaobao to remind her. She knew what Xiaobao was planning. She said, Tufan's taxes are unavoidable because after the disaster, the citizens of Tufan will have more income this year. Xiao Bao has decided to invite the merchants from Tang dynasty, who are willing to help to build the infrastructure for Tufan. First, the roads will be opened, and in the future, the logistics will be more convenient. The cost of materials and wages will require a lot of investment. In a short period of time, we won't be able to recover the cost. That's why I requested for a tax reduction based on the amount of money invested. The construction of a country is the process of integrating resources. The revenue of the country depends on the purchasing power and logistics. Of course, technology is also involved. We don't care about the latter. It won't have a direct impact on the current situation, so there's no need to consider it. Li Longji understood. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were planning to use another method to make up for the loss of the citizens of Tufan. He nodded his head. Before he could say anything, Wu Huifei, who was planning to study hard, spoke first. I know your motive. Aya, Cuckoo, you and Xiao Bao are indeed more capable than ordinary people. Thank you, but we still can't send the resources to Tufan in a few hours. We have already tried our best. This is the helplessness of technology, not being able to keep up. Wang Wan wasn't happy at all because of Wu Huifei's praise. This was because if it was her in Xiao Bao's time, Xiao Bao wasn't a swindler and had so much money. Coupled with her family's power, if a disaster happened in Tufan, they could work together and send survival resources, medicine, and special rescue personnel accurately to the location within a few hours. Wu Huifei didn't know what Wang Wan was thinking. She continued, Your Majesty, you are indeed capable. Your Majesty, I thought that doing this wouldn't harm the citizens of Tufan. Although we didn't directly give them money, we gave them a chance to earn money. If there wasn't a disaster, and we didn't provide the materials and money to build the infrastructure, they would still be farming or growing their own things. No matter which one it is, they would need to contribute labor. There are also some handicraftsmen who help to build things. It's similar to their original job. We just want them to temporarily change to a job that earns more money. The food and medicine sent there will be free. Then, they will earn the money that they should have, and the infrastructure will be built. The merchants will pay the money and receive the compensation from taxes. It's nothing more than a loss to the imperial court. Am I right? After Wu Huifei finished speaking, she wiped her sweat. It was very tiring to analyze these things. Li Longji couldn't help but laugh, but he immediately stopped himself. The place where Chai Zhu praised was still suffering from a disaster. He couldn't show a happy expression, and he shouldn't be happy. Li Longji pulled a long face and said to Wu Huifei, You're still far from it. Do you think that you can learn it immediately? How can the imperial court suffer a loss? You've consolidated the people's hearts and obtained a smooth road. Otherwise, wouldn't the imperial court pay for the repairs? You've paid a period of tax income, and at the same time, you've also increased the amount of tax income in a short period of time. All kinds of resources need to be transported, and there needs to be a process of buying them. The imperial court will still collect the taxes in the middle. However, in my opinion, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are definitely not so short-sighted. What they want is a direct road from Pengzhou to Lhasa City, right? As Li Longji spoke, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and asked. Zhang Xiaobao had also been paying attention to this side, and he nodded in agreement. Let me think about it again. How much profit can an asphalt road bring? Xiaobao, do you have any supplementary plans? For example, seeds that are suitable for the local climate, breeds for animal husbandry, and specialties for the handicraft industry, such as woolen blankets? Li Longji was much smarter than before. Although he was always in a position of failure, his spirit of learning did not decrease at all. Today, he was able to follow Zhang Xiaobao's train of thought. Zhang Xiaobao continued to nod. Yes, without a road, it will affect the shelf life of the goods, and it will also affect the return of profits. I want to let Tufan have a better road than before. It will increase the frequency of the production and sales cycle of the goods, and it will make up for the loss of the imperial court's taxes. Moreover, it will also increase the long-term financial income. See, I didn't say anything wrong this time, right? Xiao Bao, I know that the idea you came up with this time will not be so simple. Let me guess, what other plans do you have? The other plans are for Cuckoo. The two of you are going to hunt for more food. After the military selection, you have 1 year to prepare. You want to let Tufan build the road for 1 year and directly build the supply route, right? Li Longji was used to Zhang Xiaobao's way of coming up with ideas. It was definitely not as simple as it looked on the surface. If he really wanted to take action to solve the disaster, how could he be Zhang Xiaobao? Zhang Xiaobao smiled at Wei Wei and immediately became serious. He cupped his hands at Li Longji. Yes, I have this plan. Your Majesty is wise. Chapter 10:18. Zhu Jizan listened to the two of them. He was confused for a while. Then he thought it through. When he heard Li Longji's words, he thought about it and felt that it was quite simple. It was true. However, as he listened, Zhu Jizan was shocked again. He finally realized that Li Longji didn't stop the military selection because he was happy. He knew about Xiaobao's plan. He wanted to give Xiaobao enough time to think and not let Xiaobao worry about other things. From the looks of it, he had succeeded. His tubo had suffered a calamity this time, and so many things were implicated. Even the future income of the imperial court, the business of the merchants, the production of goods in tubo, the transportation of goods, and even the compensation for the loss of the people were all included. What's more, the logistics supplies for the war against Polyphaga a year later were used in the post-disaster reconstruction. Were they still human? How long did it take? If Xiaobao could consider it, Li Longji could also analyze it. Princess Jincheng didn't think too much. When she heard that it could bring benefits to Tubo, she was happy. With this, her position in Tubo would be more stable in the future. In the past, it was because of the military strength of the Tang Empire. After the disaster relief and reconstruction, she won more people's hearts. She thanked them. Thank you, Imperial Brother and Xiaobao. Without your help, my husband and I wouldn't have received any news until now. Even in Lesau City, we could only be anxious. Xiaobao, it's no wonder you have such a good wife like Huan Huan. You're really capable. Huan Huan is really blessed to be with you. Can you start the military selection again? It won't take too much time. I am the one who is happy to have Cuckoo by my side. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan and said. Wang Wan rolled her eyes at him. He then said, not yet. There are many things that have not been arranged. We have to stop the military selection. Right now we are talking about the problem of rebuilding and compensating the Tubo people. There is one more important thing. The disaster has not passed yet, so we have to focus on this matter. Let Shuiyan lead the group of eagles in the capital. Wang Wan agreed. Yes, it can't move water clouds without a command. An eagle usually only listens to the command of the person who raised it, and it's impossible to let an eagle fly with a person. Otherwise, how are we going to transport goods if we just send people away? Shuiyan can still lead the other eagles. Get Shuiyan to help and fly a few more times. We must prepare fresh meat in Pengzhou. Don't tire the eagles to death. The others sighed one after another. Shuiyan was going to be used at a critical moment. It was really important to have a general who could fly. On the sand table, if Cuckoo didn't remove Shuiyan's ability, the battle would be much smoother than it is now. With Shuiyan leading the group of eagles, there is no space for other people in the sky. Hot air balloons and gliders, no one can get control of the air. Your Majesty, this concubine suggests that we give Shuiyan's children the titles of officials as well. If the children of other people can become officials, why can't Shuiyan's children? There is also Hong Wan. Their children should have learned to fly already. They are much later than the other eagles. Empress Wang liked Shuiyan the most. In her heart, she had always treated Shuiyan as a real general. When she heard Cuckoo mention Shuiyan, she helped to get officials. A smile appeared on Li Longji's face again. He nodded and said, that's right. Give it to the officials. Anyone who makes contributions to the Tang Empire should be praised, even if they are beasts. Shuiyan's children, I believe they can learn some skills from Shuiyan in the future. A year later, they can accompany Xiaobao and Cuckoo on an expedition. I am starting to worry about the people of Duo, a group of eagles that look like humans in the sky, together with hot air balloons, gliders, and the umbrellas that Xiaobao and Cuckoo mentioned just now, but the planes that haven't been made yet. On the ground, under the clouds, and in the sky, everything is occupied by the Tang Empire. Fight fiercely for me. After you fight, plunder their things, and then. Li Longji stopped here and looked at Zhang Xiaobao again. Well done, Xiaobao. I was almost fooled by you. Have you used up all your tricks? I didn't finish. Foster father, did I mention this again? Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be confused and asked Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher shook his head. Your Majesty, Xiaobao didn't mention it. You two are family. He didn't say it directly, but this is what he meant. Do you understand what I mean? Li Longji said to Gao Lisher. I understand. Your Majesty, please continue. This subject is all ears. What else could Gao Lisher say? He could only admit it. Li Longji harumphed. Xiaobao's idea is to send the things he plundered to Great Tang through this route, right? Seeing that Xiaobao was being bullied, Wang Wan added, that's right. Your Majesty is truly wise. In truth, Xiaobao and I didn't expect Your Majesty to be so formidable. Then, Your Majesty, you're truly formidable. I'll go discuss other matters with Xiaobao. Disaster relief is of the utmost importance. After saying those words, Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao out of the room. It was unknown where the two of them went to discuss the matter. Li Longji was stunned. He lowered his head and pondered. That's not right. Did you see it earlier? Xiaobao and Cuckoo discussed for almost half an hour. They must have rejected many of our plans before finally agreeing to the current one. Could it be that the two of them only thought of this much? Do you really think that they could come up with something that even I can think of? Do you believe me? I think so, Gao Lisher agreed. I think that your ability to flatter people is much worse. Think of something for me. Men call Xiaobao and Cuckoo back. Who knows what they're doing in a secluded place? Is it more important to discuss matters or their matters? Li Longji glared at Gao Lisher. His next words left everyone in the room dumbfounded. Was this something that the emperor should say? What are you looking at? What's wrong with me saying that about them? Why aren't you calling them back? I'm so close to them. If I were to say something about Xiaobao, Cuckoo would be unwilling to come back. Call them back, and tell them to rest for 2 days. What's the rush? Li Longji added. Soon, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned. Each of them was holding a fruit pancake. The deep-fried dough sticks were fried so well that crunching sounds could be heard when they bit into them. The two of them were also holding paper bags in their hands. Li Longji swallowed his saliva and said, Cuckoo didn't let me say anything about your husband. Did you drag him outside to enjoy life? Did you put hot sauce in the pancakes? Yes, I did. I wasn't unwilling. I went to make pancakes for your Majesty. One for each of us. Try it. With Xiaobao's skills, I had someone prepare the ingredients long ago, but I didn't have time. If your Majesty hadn't stopped the military exercise, I reckon that by the time you wanted to eat it, the mixture would have been bubbling. Wang Wan handed out the bags to each of them one by one. When everyone heard that the pancakes were made by Xiaobao, they eagerly took a bite. Before they even tasted the flavor, they praised it first. Even if the ingredients were the same as those outside, the method and the control of the fire were the same, they would still feel that it was good. It was just a psychological effect. Li Longji first said to Zhu Zan and Princess Jincheng, Eat. The rescue didn't stop because of you eating. Since something has happened, there's no difference whether you are anxious or not. Xiaobao and Cuckoo are probably thinking of a solution when they are eating. Don't worry. If the two of them can't solve it, it's useless for you to worry. After saying that, Li Longji took a big bite and said, Okay, I haven't eaten Xiaobao's dishes for a few days. It's not easy to eat a fruit pancake today. Why don't we stop every few days and rest for a day, so that Xiaobao can cook for us? It's a little sour. It's hot sauce, right? Okay. It's because the noodles have been cooked for too long. Zhang Xiaobao said frankly. Oh, it's delicious after cooking for a long time. It turns out that cooking for a long time can improve the taste. Xiaobao, your cooking is amazing. It's only a little sour after cooking for a long time. Li Longji didn't mind and continued to praise. The taste was indeed good. Wang Wan continued. Xiaobao added more sweet sauce, eggs, and coriander to suppress the sour taste. Cooking is the same as national affairs. It has to be considered thoroughly. Once you give an order, you change it again and again. The people can't stand the constant changes. Hence, even though we've come up with a plan for the reconstruction today, Xiaobao and I still have to discuss it later. Otherwise, you're being irresponsible. If you're not responsible for the people, how can they trust you? A qualified leader can't always squander trust. You can only think of ways to strengthen it. Otherwise, you will develop a habit of not caring and think that the people can accept it. You will squander your trust. When you need the people to support you, you will realize that you will only get voices of opposition. Wang Wan's words made Li Longji and the others stop eating the fruit pancakes. Li Longji put the fruit pancakes on the small table and instructed the people beside him. Go and tell the imperial chefs that everyone is eating fruit pancakes today. Make more of them. After they are done, send them to the entrance of the hibiscus garden and give them to the passers-by. Tell them that the opening of the hibiscus garden will be delayed because of the snow disaster in Tubo. I have temporarily requisitioned Xiaobao and Cuckoo to deal with this matter. The military election will be temporarily suspended. The time will be counted together. Let them go to the zoo. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan don't have to fork out money. There is also an ice rink. After the military election, I will build a bigger amusement park in Beijing. There will be no entrance fee, and the entertainment inside will be free for a month. There is no need to wait for it to be completed. Start building now. Gather those craftsmen who can't find work and start working. Give them a salary. You must explain clearly to the people who are waiting to come into play. Hearing Li Longji's words, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and revealed gratified smiles at the same time. They felt that if the emperor was like this in an imperial country, why would there be a need for a democratic election system? When Zhu Zan saw this, he whispered to Princess Jincheng, "When we go back, we will also learn from His Majesty's method. I think I understand. Sometimes when you sincerely do things for the people and make a mistake, the people don't want to beat you to death with a stick. What they want is your attitude, your sincere and undisguised explanation. You will be able to obtain the forgiveness, understanding, and support of the people. The people are very clear that if you put them in the position of an official, they will not be able to do it. They will have to learn for a long time. When you are in this position, think about the people. If you really do something wrong, you can frankly tell the people and be willing to change. The people will give you a chance. But even if you lie and deceive the people are not stupid. They are clear in their hearts. Just like what Cuckoo said, when you squander the last bit of credibility, you are finished. A rebellion will happen sooner or later." Princess Jincheng nodded. "Our Tang dynasty has Xiaobao and Cuckoo. I am really relieved. Husband, eat. Don't worry about the things on our side. They have done very well. Only they have such a reaction speed. I now know why they earn so little. Compared to Xiaobao and Cuckoo, they have much less ability. When they have something, they don't immediately use it to make money. They store it in various places. If they don't store it and use it directly, the Tang dynasty's financial income will be far less than their family's wealth. They are another Chongping Song. Oh, it should be said that their mobility is far beyond Chongping Song. Tang dynasty's merchants are afraid of Xiaobao, and it is reasonable to be afraid." But Li Longji heard it. He took a bite of the crepe and slowly swallowed it. He said to the two of them, "What are you whispering about? Tang dynasty's merchants are naturally afraid of Xiaobao. I always use Xiaobao's name to scare them. For example, a few days before the new year, when I showed Xiaobao's name, the prices immediately fell. Also this time, we need the Tang dynasty's merchants to fork out money to repair the roads. I estimate that it will cost at least 100 million strings of coins. Is it easy to repair the roads in Tubo? If it is, the railways will be built first." It was unknown whether Li Longji was proud of himself or deliberately flattering Zhang Xiaobao. In any case, when he spoke, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao, causing Zhang Xiaobao to feel uncomfortable eating. But Li Longji knew that the roads were too difficult to repair. Even if the cement was made, it still couldn't solve the problem. Most of the cement was used for construction, and it was done by Zhengzhen Construction Group. Needless to say, the quality of the cement was like steel. Xiaobao had said before that they cannot use basic necessities to make money. Using such things to make money was the best way to make money. But it was out of the scope. Every extra coin earned would cause more harm to the people. That was why Zhengjing Construction Group couldn't do that. The real time to make money was when the basic necessities were done. When someone wants to build a garden or a pavilion, the price would not be the same. It would only be slightly higher than the cost. Who asked you to be rich? For example, if the people look for Zhengjing Construction Group and say that their house is broken, and they want to build a new house with 3 rooms, Zhengjing Construction Group would charge them a very low processing fee. The cost of the materials and labor required to build a house with 3 rooms would be 2 strings of coins. If you look for Zhengjing Construction Group and say that you want to build a courtyard with 4 rooms, and you want to build a 3-story high courtyard with a pond in the middle, Zhengjing Construction Group wouldn't charge you 3,000 strings of coins. But building a road was the real deal. No matter who paid for it, Zhengjing Construction Group wouldn't earn much. Fortunately, they now had a new material. That asphalt seemed to be a good choice for building roads. But the expenses couldn't be low. 100 million strings of coins should be enough, right? Zhang Xiaobao expressionlessly continued eating, pretending that he didn't hear anything. Li Longji spoke again. Speaking of getting the merchants to fork out the money, Xiaobao really has to do it. If we propose to the merchants of Great Tang to build roads and give them tax exemptions, there will be many merchants who deliberately come to cheat us of the tax exemption. Those who are willing to invest wholeheartedly are few and far between. We will keep a list of merchants and assign them one by one. There will definitely be merchants who will find all sorts of excuses to shirk responsibility. However, if we were to change to Xiaobao and ask for the merchants to fork out the money, there are countless merchants in Great Tang who are willing to invest without asking for direct returns. If Xiaobao were to appoint a list of merchants, none of the merchants would dare to deceive him. In Great Tang, we can't even compare to Xiaobao. Let's eat. Once we are full, we won't think about it anymore. Water, water, quickly bring water to Xiaobao. Your Majesty, can you not say such things when we are eating? Look at how Xiaobao choked. Wang Wan took the water and fed it to Zhang Xiaobao while speaking to Li Longji in dissatisfaction. Li Longji lowered his head and ate, pretending that he didn't hear anything. After 2 mouthfuls he said, "It's just a joke." Xiaobao, tell us, what are the benefits of building a road through Tufan? There is no conflict of interest in this aspect, so you don't have to hide it. At most, we will give you a copper coin as the fee for asking. What do you think? Zhang Xiaobao swallowed the food with great difficulty. Hearing Li Longji's words, he stopped eating and sat up straight. All right, but don't spread it. If someone spreads it, the plan will be stopped. I won't waste my energy to set up another trap. Everyone was silent. No one said anything, meaning that they wouldn't spread the news. Then let me tell you. Actually, the matter of building a road is bound to happen. It's just a matter of time. Tufan is suffering from a snowstorm, and transportation is inconvenient. So I brought it up. There are many benefits to building a road. Your Majesty has mentioned them before. And they are all correct. However, that is not my final request. Otherwise, it would be too simple. Building a road is not worth it. There is no other purpose. A road is a road. What I need is an asymmetrical income to recruit workers. Once the road is built, we will continue to build it. Then there will be a problem. There won't be enough workers in charge of transporting goods, especially when we are plundering. Then what should we do? Our Great Tang has citizens who can go to Tufan and occupy Qinghai Lake. However, our Great Tang has the ability to digest our own labor force. What I want to do is... At this point, Zhang Xiaobao stopped and didn't continue speaking. He wanted to give everyone time to consider. Everyone slowly ate the fruit pancakes while thinking about Zhang Xiaobao's words. It wasn't until they finished eating the fruit pancakes and drank some tea that Gao Lisher thought of it first. Xiaobao, you want to build a road between Tufan and Qinghai Lake. In the process of transporting the goods, you want to attract labor teams that aren't made up of the Great Tang's citizens. As for other countries, their currency can't directly buy things from our Great Tang. When you bring the goods over, they will finish their work and earn money from our Great Tang. Thus, they will be able to buy good things. They will buy them back and use them themselves or sell them. The rarer something is, the more valuable it is. Since they can't buy things from the Great Tang with their own currency, the value of the Great Tang's goods will increase over there. When they are flocking to our Great Tang's goods, you will think of a way to link their country's currency with our Great Tang's currency. Thus, Xiaobao doesn't have to endure the countless ways to earn money in his heart that can't be used on the citizens of the Great Tang. He can use them to his heart's content in other countries, right? Li Longji continued Gao Lisher's words and asked. Zhang Xiaobao hadn't finished eating yet. He was taking a bite when no one was talking to him. Wang Wan said for him, "Yes, when the time comes, you will see the real Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao has been enduring for a long time. For an ideal, for a promise to me, he has been suppressing his abilities." Chapter 10:19. I've already seen what Xiaobao did to Xinlua. I reckon that Japan won't be able to withstand it for too long. This is the power of the economy. Wu Huifei became more and more fascinated by this. This is the strength of the entire Great Tang. Without the support of the military, if I play tricks, they'll just attack me. With the support of martial arts, I can use trade to deal with people. Not even a few smart people in the other countries can stop me. Because their rulers are afraid of losing their power and status, they can only let others cut off their flesh piece by piece, sacrificing the interests of the people to slow down their own downfall. It is like drinking poison to quench thirst. After Zhang Xiaobao said this, he pulled Wang Wan up and found a relatively quiet corner to continue discussing disaster relief. The messengers from the family came and went, passing orders to the places around Tufan where the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family had business dealings. The Great Tang generals were also resting. They gathered together to chat. But no one brought up the matter of the military examination, much less hinting at it. They couldn't afford to lose face. Therefore, they talked about how many chili peppers they could plant this spring, how many new wineries they should open when there was enough food, how many shooting ranges they should build in the northern and western suburbs of the capital, how many shooting ranges they should take time to compete with, and so on. Over at Tubo, the weather is constantly changing. Who knows when it will snow heavily? Otherwise, why would they always invade the border? Pei Guangting drank 2 mouthfuls of wine and felt comfortable. He narrowed his eyes and said. Zhang Shogui raised his bowl and took a sip, then let out a long sigh. There's also the area around Feng Province. It's raining everywhere else, but there's still ice there. In a single year, there might be dozens or even hundreds of hailstorms. It's just like how when there's too much rain in the south, it's like a flood. Why not? Look at Fengzhou. In the past 2 years, there have been reports of problems with the grass used to feed cattle, sheep, horses, and other livestock. Every year, Sanshui County sends large amounts of flowers and plants to the capital, and it's always early winter. Why aren't there flowers and plants afraid of frost? Secretary Yuan Qianyao's voice sounded. He was in charge of the 6 ministries and was seen as a civil servant by the generals. Recently, he had been extremely busy. At the beginning of spring, the local taxes were directly returned to the capital. Soon, he had to follow the documents submitted by the local government and verify them before transferring the money to the local government. There was also the distribution of seeds from the Sinangsi to local areas for trial planting, as well as the proposals submitted by local officials with ideas, changes in the local development model, and so on. As the head of the secretariat, Yuan Qianyao was too busy. He found Zhang Zhong, Wang Bei, Jiang Xin, 1 minister of works, 1 minister of revenue, and 1 minister of agriculture. As for the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Justice, and the Supreme Court, there was no need for them at the moment. Just as he was in the middle of the discussion with the 3 of them, the intelligence agency of the Imperial Court sent over news that the snow in Tubo had caused all the roads to be sealed. There was no need to mention how depressed Yuan Qianyao was. He had finally managed to get Wang Bei and Zhang Zhong to sit together and discuss matters. In the end, they were interrupted. If Wang Bei's temper flared up again, the meeting would not be able to continue. Therefore, Yuan Qianyao had no choice but to rush to the hibiscus garden to discuss the matter of disaster relief. Zhu Zan and Princess Jincheng returned to their parents' home. Something had happened in Tubo, so they had to pretend to be anxious. Wang Bei thought that he could use the Ministry of Revenue, so he also came over. Zhang Zhong missed his son, and also came over. Seeing that the three of them had gone, Jiang Xin naturally followed. The moment he walked in, he met a group of generals. Hearing Zhang Shougui's words, Yuan Qinyao, who prided himself on being a scholar, immediately refuted. Without waiting for Zhang Shougui to say anything, Wang Bei helped him and said, Sanshui County is different from other places. They have a perfect disaster prevention system. When the frost descends, they will light a fire in advance. The Yamen of Sanshui County will organize the manpower and fork out the money. The money they fork out is specially for disaster relief. The people there are very obedient. If they want to fork out the money, they will do it according to their actual situation. 1 copper coin for you, 5 copper coins for them. Some will fork out more, some will fork out less. They will only use it to prevent disasters. If it was the people of other places, if someone is willing to fork out the money, they will be worried that the Yamen will embezzle the money. Isn't that right, Lord Zhang? Who isn't afraid of your family there? This time, Zhang Zhong did not deny it. He nodded his head lightly and said, That's right. Sanshui County is my home. How can I allow problems to happen there? When the officials of Sanshui County do things, they have to think about the attitude of my family. They have to think about whether the people approve of them. They have to think about whether they are worthy of their official robes. Lord Zhang is right. For example, in my hometown, I will send seeds to them. It doesn't matter if they say that I am abusing my power for personal gain, or that I don't forget my hometown. I will still do it. If the local officials don't do their jobs well, I will also take care of them. Jiang Xin was biased towards Zhang Zhong and agreed with him. Wang Bei did not say anything. They were saying that he was not capable enough and did not take care of his family well. Zhang Shougui was unhappy with Yuan Qinyao's words just a moment ago. Now he smiled at Zhang Zhong and said, I didn't finish my words just now. A natural disaster cannot be stopped by humans. It also depends on who it is. If it was Lord Zhang, he might not be able to stop the natural disaster, but he can try his best to protect the people. Lord Zhang, has the Ministry of Works produced anything new recently? The other generals also smiled kindly at Zhang Zhong. They placed Zhang Zhong on the side of military officials and not civil officials. This was all due to the functions of the Ministry of Works and Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao. The generals did not treat Zhang Xiaobao as a civil official. Although he was in charge of the economy, he was very aggressive towards external affairs. When the Ministry of Works produced something new, they would definitely consider military applications first. In addition, Wang Wan was in charge of the teaching of the military academy. Thus, they had to show the appropriate closeness. Wang Bei's face became gloomy. His kindness was not rewarded. Zhang Zhong did not care about what Wang Bei was thinking. He thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, recently, they have been researching a weapon that can be used to fight hailstorms. Hailstorms? When Zhang Zhong said this, even Wang Bei forgot to be angry. When attacking a city, cannons were used. When attacking people, guns were used. How were they going to fight hailstorms? The generals looked at each other. Yu Wenrong, who was in charge of logistics, asked uncertainly, Lord Zhang, are hailstorms ice that fall from the sky? That's right, Zhang Zhong said with certainty. Zhao Hanzhong smiled. Lord Zhang, don't joke around. If hailstorms fall from the sky, don't tell me you're going to make 10,000 machine guns and arrange them into a machine gun formation with different heights and shoot at the sky nonstop? If that's the case, it's better to let the hailstorms fall. If you give me 10,000 machine guns, I'll go to other countries and snatch back things that are worth a few hundred times more than the money lost to hailstorms. The other generals also laughed, thinking that Zhang Zhong was joking with them. Zhang Zhong wanted to explain, but he did not know where to start. He could only say, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo came up with the idea to use cannons to shoot at the clouds in the sky. The thing inside that is about to turn into ice will turn into rain in advance. Rain is better than hailstorms. Oh, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo said that? More or less. There's an 80% chance that we can shoot it down. Pei Guangding immediately agreed. The other generals nodded. Haha, Zhang Zhong, you're not as good as your son and daughter-in-law. No one believes your words. You're not capable enough. Wang Bei laughed and mocked Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong curled his lips in disdain. You also know that they're my son and daughter-in-law? I really don't have any other abilities. I can give birth. My biological children are Xiaobao, Xiaohai and Xiaobei. Humph. Wang Bei's face darkened again, but no one cared about him. He could not control the generals. Jiang Xin was with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Yuan Qianyao was the head of the secretariat and the prime minister. Zhang Zhong was more understanding of Wang Bei, so he gave him some face sometimes. Wang Bei was sulking, but no one cared about him. Wang Zhongxi, who was still young, went up to Zhang Zhong and asked, Lord Zhang, what did the cannon shoot out? Can it turn the clouds into rain? I'm not sure either. Xiaobao and Cuckoo know. Anyway, it's not gunpowder. The cannons are not made of iron or copper. They said that if the technology reaches a certain level, it can make the sky rain even if there are no clouds. It can make the sky clear even if there are dark clouds. The relevant people in the Ministry of Works are thinking of making it rain first to stop the hailstones. We can talk about other things later. When the technology reaches a certain level, there's nothing that can't be reversed. Zhang Zhong said it very boldly. They could not do it now, but they had to think about it. Wang Zhongxi showed a yearning expression. He was not thinking about the good weather in Tang. That was something that Yuan Qianyao and Jiang Xin should be looking forward to. Wang Zhongxi was thinking that if there was a sudden downpour on the enemy's march during a war, the enemy would be exhausted to death before they could reach their destination. Yuan Qianyao was thinking about which place was short of water. Whoosh! After a day of rain, where would there be more rain? Whoosh! The weather cleared up, and the grain production increased. If they wanted to eat rice, they could eat rice. If they wanted to eat steamed buns, they could eat steamed buns. They could eat the mandarin duck soup every meal. There were prawns, crabs, mutton, beef, and so on. No, I shouldn't think this way. I'm too unambitious. Let the people eat. I don't have to be so fixated on food. Zhang Zhong, Xiaobao and Cuckoo asked the Ministry of Works to make it, right? Yuan Qianyao thought about the happy days in the future. He realized that if he wanted the people to eat like this, as the prime minister, he couldn't dream about eating. Yes, Xiaobao and Cuckoo's request must be made within half a year. Then, they will measure the propelling data of the gunpowder fired into the sky and calculate the limit of the parabola. They also made a request. The cannons can be bigger in the early stages and smaller in the later stages. The firing speed must be fast, and the gun barrel must be able to withstand the temperature and friction. No matter if it is air-cooled or water-cooled, the cannons must be able to withstand 2 minutes of continuous firing. In order to achieve the effect of a machine gun, they named it autocannon. It will be useful after more than a year. If they can't figure it out, it might cause the Tang Empire to lose many outstanding men. Zhang Zhong knew that those who could be selected for the martial arts competition were loyal. Therefore, he explained it to Yuan Qianyao in detail. As Wang Ke listened, his eyes widened. When Zhang Zhong finished, he leaned over and whispered, Zhang Zhong, do your son and daughter-in-law want to make it into anti-air weapons? I know that there are many man-eating eagles. They are worried about losing their air superiority. With the autocannon, they can cooperate with the victory of the Tang Empire and destroy all of the enemy's victory. If the hot air balloon can take off, a portion of the autocannon with relatively smaller power can even directly attack the enemy in the air. At this moment, Wang Ke, who was also a high-ranking official and knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to use military force against Doshi, temporarily put aside his feelings towards Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Ke to analyze the situation. Chapter 10:20. Maybe so. Zhang Zhong didn't know what his son and daughter-in-law were planning. He casually responded to Wang Ke and looked around for his son. It had been a long time since they last saw each other. Strangely enough, both the young and the old were not around, and the old one was always looking for a group of idle old men and old women in the capital to find a place to play chess, drink tea, or play gate ball. It was right beside the canal in the capital. There was a greenhouse in the winter, and a pavilion in the summer. When it was slightly cold in the spring and autumn, they had to use a cloth curtain to cover half of the area. They didn't dare to say it, and had to arrange for people to protect them. They also had to provide them with various entertainment tools and food expenses. The old men and women who came along to play were all very happy. The group grew bigger and bigger. Some of the wealthier families wanted to fork out some money, but the 4 elders in his family wouldn't let them. The things that they took out were all good things. After all, they had good grandchildren. When he returned home, other than his in-laws, he was the only one left. There were many people in the inner courtyard, but he always felt lonely. His son and daughter-in-law were nearby, and he didn't have the chance to see them. Since he was resting today, he came over to take a look. Zhang Zhong was looking for his son, and Yuan Qinyao was also looking for the emperor. Tufan was affected by the disaster. Even if he had to do something, he had to show some concern. Otherwise, Ancestor Qi De and Princess Jincheng would be very unhappy. Old Master, the young master and young lady are waiting for you inside. His Majesty is also there. Are you going over now? Or have you eaten? Before Zhang Zhong could ask, someone immediately ran over to speak. Zhang Zhong was very satisfied. This was the inner courtyard of his family. Look, he had just arrived, and they had already finished notifying him. He patted the shoulder of the person who reported. Take a look at Xiao Bao and Cuckoo first. Eat with them. Old Master, please come this way. The person in the inner courtyard led the way. Zhang Zhong greeted the military generals, and the few of them walked in. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just finished making arrangements for the disaster relief. Just relying on their own family's power over there was a lot of effort and not worth it. Therefore, they asked the nearby merchants to join in and give them benefits when they were done. The 2 of them turned around and designed the power parachute again. It was a little different from the usual parachutes. The structure and material of the parachute were different. It needed to be able to support itself during normal times, so that it could fly easily. As soon as his father came out, Zhang Xiaobao already knew. He immediately sent someone to wait for him. By the time Zhang Zhong entered the house, Zhang Xiaobao had already spread out the pancakes on the pancake rack. 4 important officials came over and spread out the pancakes for 4 people. Wang Bei also brought a portion for himself. Political differences could not be brought to the scene, as it would appear too stingy. Wang Wan did not believe Zhang Xiaobao's explanation at all. You are not stingy. You stopped their supply. Oh, it was your younger brother and sister who stopped it, but you still supported them. You even schemed against them. In the end, a group of people who were against the family paying for the imperial court to do things had no choice but to pay for a business under the Ministry of Works to shut their mouths. Fragrant. The things made by the young master of the Zhang family are fragrant. As soon as they entered, Jiang Xin took a sniff. When she saw that it was Zhang Xiaobao who was busy, she praised. Wang Wan quickly took a pancake and placed it in front of Jiang Xin. Xiaobao only has this much ability. Official Jiang, try it. Then, she gave pancakes to Wang Bei and Yuan Qinyao. Finally, she gave pancakes to Zhang Zhong. Although he was the last to make pancakes for his father, Zhang Xiaobao was the most attentive. The pancakes were round, and the thickness was even. He beat 2 eggs and placed them symmetrically with the center of the circle as the center. There was no need for a spatula. He used a brush dipped in oil to brush the area where there were no eggs. When the pancakes were medium rare, 2 spatulas moved together. The 2 eggs seemed to be tightly glued to the pancakes. He flipped them over steadily and used his fastest speed to brush the sauce to this side. Then he placed a youtiao. With a slight shake of his hand, chopped green onions and coriander were scattered. He rolled the pancakes left and right. Then, he placed a radish stick from Hebei into it. He wrapped it in oil paper and personally delivered it to his father. The 2 medium-rare fried eggs were exposed outside. They were trembling without breaking or spilling. Father, try it. I put more chili sauce on it. I know you like spicy food. Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. Yuan Qianyao and the other 2 looked at the pancakes in their hands, and then looked at Zhang Zhong's pancakes. They had to admit that their son was indeed their son. It could be seen from the way he ate it. Why did he spread the eggs evenly on the pancakes? Good craftsmanship. Ever since Sanshui County's pancakes were first made by Zhang Xiaobao in Wangbei, I have tried many places. However, I have never seen the way to hang the fried eggs on the pancakes. Just based on this craftsmanship, it is not expensive to buy it, at 10 times the price of others. Jiangxin did not dare to eat this flavor with Zhang Zhong. He took a bite and praised before swallowing it. Zhang Zhong's eyes narrowed. He was already satisfied without eating. He took a bite of the egg. It was medium rare. His son knew that he liked to eat medium rare fried eggs. After being praised by others, Zhang Zhong was too embarrassed to continue. He had to be humble and act as if he was teaching his son. Xiaobao, you should put more effort into the affairs of Tang dynasty in the future. You actually learned such fancy and impractical things. It is not beneficial to your work. Yes, father. You are right. I will learn more useful skills in the future. Zhang Xiaobao acted as if he had done something wrong. All right, Zhang Zhong, don't teach your son in front of me. Which of Xiaobao's dishes have you not eaten? Is the Ministry of Works not busy today? Li Longji could not stand it anymore. He felt that Zhang Zhong was a hypocrite. If Xiaobao did not do his job properly, would he be willing to do it? Zhang Zhong used his fastest speed to finish the egg. He stopped temporarily and replied, the Ministry of Works has already formed a system of management. It is not too busy. Sir Yuan is looking for me to discuss the construction matters submitted by the local government. At this point, Zhang Zhong did not say anything. He looked at Yuan Qianyao, and his hands did not stop moving. He had to eat quickly. The taste would be bad if it turned cold. Yuan Qianyao was just about to take a bite of the pancake when he saw the emperor looking over. He stopped helplessly. That's right. A portion of the local officials have become smarter. They raised different requests according to the development of their respective areas. They also sent over plans and supplementary explanations, requesting for the local government to increase the amount of funds allocated. This involves the infrastructure that the Ministry of Works is in charge of, the seed varieties of the agriculture temple, and the finances of the Ministry of Revenue. I can only find 3 managers to discuss this together. While we were discussing, we suddenly received news that something big has happened in Tubo. The snow is thick and the roads are blocked. There are many houses and tents that have been crushed. There are also commoners buried in the snow, and many livestock have died. There is a problem with the food supply. I am anxious, and came to find your majesty to ask how to deal with this. If there is no other way, we must urgently activate the Chongping warehouse in the northern area of Jiannan Road. We cannot let the commoners there be alone without help. Yuan Qianyao's eyes looked back and forth between Li Longji, Zhu Zan, and Princess Jinsheng to see their reactions. He also wanted to see from the emperor's face if he was sincere in saving them. Li Longji revealed a gratified expression. However, Zhu Zan and Princess Jinsheng did not look anxious at all. This made Yuan Qianyao very puzzled. You guys are not anxious when there is a disaster? Zhu Zan knew what Yuan Qianyao meant, and was unhappy. It was all thanks to Xiaobao and Cuckoo, as well as His Majesty. Otherwise, how many people would have died if the officials came to save them? Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said to Yuan Qianyao, we already know about this matter. Xiaobao has already made arrangements 2 hours ago. There is no need to activate the Chongping warehouse. I have also sent people there to help at all costs. Yuan Qianyao suddenly understood. The information was already in his hands. How could Zhang Xiaobao not know about it? It's over, I said the wrong thing. I should have been more proactive. Then, I will go back and continue working. Yuan Qianyao wanted to leave. No need. It is the same everywhere. Just do it here. I will also listen. Li Longji asked him to stay and said, eat first. It will not taste good when it is cold. Yes, Yuan Qianyao replied, and sat on the chair that someone brought over. He lowered his head and ate. He was really hungry. Even if he was not hungry, he still wanted to eat Zhang Xiaobao's food. It tasted good, but it was not easy to eat Zhang Xiaobao's food. His status was there. Zhang Zhong sat beside his son. Zhang Xiaobao quickly placed the jar of chili sauce over, and let his father brush it with every bite. Zhang Zhong was not like other people who ate Zhang Xiaobao's food. He felt that it was right for his son to cook for his father. It was very convenient. He would let Zhang Xiaobao brush some chili sauce, and let Wang Wan stuff some chopped green onions and coriander into his father's mouth. "Father, what are most of the plans that were sent up?" Zhang Xiaobao served his father, and asked about the situation of the local officials. Zhang Zhong was eating when he heard his son's question. He stopped and said, "Some say they want to build roads, some say they want to build bridges, and some even want to set up a large trade market specifically for the wholesale of handicrafts. There are also railways. Various places are busy building them. In places where the railways do not directly pass through, the officials are anxious and want the imperial court to give them money. There are also railway tracks. They are willing to provide their own labor. There are also railroad ties. Some of the plans are not bad. They are detailed and in line with the local development. Some are just joining in the fun. If you want money, why are you building roads and relay stations beside the Yangtze River? If you have the money, you can build the docks. There is also Pengli Lake. I don't know what the local officials want to do. They want the imperial court to give them money to transport sand and rocks in the middle of the lake and build an island with manpower. They want to build a commodity distribution center on the island. The merchants who come and go will travel by ship. They say that it will show the noble status of the merchants. They can also earn more money during the transportation of the ships. They want the imperial court to give them 4 million strings of cash. It will be completed within 2 years. By then, they can generate 1 million strings of cash annually. At this point, Zhang Zhong gestured for his son to brush the chili sauce. He took a big bite and chewed. He continued, "If they tell others about this plan, others might agree. But if I, your father, saw it and agreed, I would be a fool. What does my son do? Someone is actually playing tricks on me. I will directly tell you on Qianyao that I do not agree." Yes, father. Eat slowly. I will heat it up for you when it gets cold. You cannot agree. Why build an island in the lake? 4 million strings of cash to build an island? If you throw in 4 million strings of cash, you won't even see a reef, let alone an island. The water in the lake goes in and out continuously. If a ship of rocks falls, they will be immediately moved to another place. If they really build an island in the middle, the lake will be ruined. Pengli Lake, right? That is Poyang Lake Jiangzhou, the place where Xiaobei and the others are going. Recently, there have been many incidents there. Is it because the Tang Empire is developing too fast that some officials who think they are capable are unwilling to be left out? Do they want to show their abilities? Wang Wan pointed to the sand table and said. Zhang Xiaobao finally reacted. Why did it sound familiar? It turned out that it was Jiangnan Circuit's Jiangzhou. It was located in the west of Jiangnan. It was the place where the military election was happening. Zhang Xiaobao frowned slightly. He took half of the pancake that his father had eaten, opened it, and put it on the griddle. He added a circle of flour, put in a few slices of ham, swirled the chili sauce, wrapped it up, and gave it to his father. Then he poured wine and said, "Are they crazy? Do they think that we can't deal with them because they are far away from the capital? For money, they will use all kinds of methods. Did we only? His Majesty never emphasize economic development as the center? No, we focus on industrial science and technology research, the agriculture temple as the foundation, loyalty to the emperor, patriotism, and morality as the guiding principles. Then we will speed up the people's living standards, unblock the logistics, promote financial income, and improve the commodity trade." Wang Wan answered. At the same time, she filled Zhang Zhong's glass with the wine that he had just drunk. "You didn't say that regardless of whether it is the black or white path, it is a good path to get money, right?" Zhang Xiaobao asked again. "Don't keep mentioning this. There is no right or wrong in doing things. There is only the strength of execution and the strictness of supervision. Are you saying that there is a big problem in the west of Jiangnan? Someone has started the Great Leap Forward, and it is a great leap forward without any scientific theory to support it?" Wang Wan looked at the sand table and began to worry. The foundation could not keep up. If they wanted to speed up on their own, it could easily cause a situation where they could not cope with it in all aspects. Zhang Xiaobao narrowed his eyes. He thought for a moment and said, "Don't let Xiaobei and the others go directly. I am afraid that we don't have enough people. Let them go to Shuzhou and wait. We will mobilize the guards there. I am worried that the people there will take the risk when they know that they have committed a capital offense. Shuzhou is still the place where we call the shots. My family's forces around the area. Send people to gather in Shuzhou and form a defense team of at least 5,000 people for me. On the Yangtze River front, my family's shipping forces will conduct an internal investigation. After the investigation, keep a close eye on all the docks and ships on both sides of the Yangtze River in the west of Jiangnan. From Jili Prefecture, send the soldiers from Qianzhong Road there on fast boats. They are locals and are familiar with the local environment and climate. They are even more familiar with naval warfare. Protect Xiaobei and the others well. I let Xiaobei and the others go there to play, not to take risks. What is going on there? Investigate. Mobilize all our local intelligence systems. Okay, arrange it immediately. I hope it is not a foreign force causing trouble. We don't have to deal with them in the plan. If other countries are really involved, we can't go there. We can only let other generals go. We have to speed up the progress of the military election. It is not enough to just defend. We have to eat the enemy's vanguard. Wang Wan found the people in the family and arranged things. Zhang Zhong was no longer in the mood to eat. He drank 2 more cups in a row. He held the pancake pan with a slightly smoky face and asked worriedly, Xiaobao, Cuckoo, are you afraid that Xiaobei and the others are in danger? Can't you not go? Father, we can't not go. If it is really like what Cuckoo and I think, if we don't go, they will be more arrogant. They will think that both the Zhang family and the Wang family are afraid of them. They may even encourage some people to rebel. I am not afraid of a rebellion. I am afraid that they will attack the surrounding areas in the early stages of the rebellion. Many people will die, and it will have a great impact on the local production and construction. We have to go. If we go, we have to show our toughest side. This is the worst-case scenario. Perhaps what Cuckoo and I are worried about won't happen. Zhang Xiaobao comforted his father. He got up and cut a few more slices of ham. Then he put it on the pancake pan to make teppanyaki. He pressed the garlic and sprinkled the vinegar. The aroma immediately wafted up. Father, try this. It is authentic and good ham. Zhang Xiaobao diverted his father's attention so that he would not worry. Zhang Zhong drank another glass of wine and sighed. Okay, let's eat. Let Xiaobei and the others send a message back every half a day. If they think that someone will cause harm to them, arrest them first. Let the arrested person explain. If they can't explain clearly, bring them back. This ham tastes really good. It's just that it is not easy to make. It takes too long to make. Ordinary people can't eat it. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, don't worry. They won't rebel. When the people's lives are better, who will rebel? Zhang Zhong in turn comforted his son and daughter-in-law. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan nodded at the same time. She refilled her father-in-law's glass. In order to change the topic, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao, Xiaobao, do you think we should make some ham sausages? That depends on what's inside. If there's only normal seasoning and the outside of the sausage, then the inside is filled with ham and a small amount of starch. Add more salt, and it's fine to make it. If there's all kinds of glue, it's fine to not make it. I hate to eat some ham sausages the most. They don't even have the sausage skin, so they use other things to replace it. According to the amount of sausages, we have to weigh them and calculate the cost. It's not even as expensive as normal meat. Is that for people to eat? I don't even eat dogs of good breeds. It's fried or roasted. It's disgusting to smell. For people like me who don't have a good appetite, I vomit every time I eat it. Zhang Xiaobao began to feel uncomfortable as he spoke. The taste in his memory was unforgettable. Wang Wan nodded. I don't eat it either. Let's make it according to the instant noodles in our inner courtyard. Use enough ingredients. Whoever dares to cheat will be dealt with first and be charged with endangering public safety. Is that okay? How can there be such a crime now? It's better to say that it's premeditated murder. Zhang Xiaobao laughed. Zhang Zhong didn't understand what the two of them were talking about. The only thing he understood was the sausage. He took a sip of wine and said, That's because the two of you didn't exist. When I was young, my family was poor. Unlike your mother, they weren't ordinary. When I was young, my family bought some meat back. If the price was cheap, they would buy pig intestines. At that time, we didn't come up with so many ways to make sausage like you. Most people didn't eat it because it was too smelly. No matter how you washed it, it would still smell. Our family had to eat it. We were poor, so we saved all our money. When I grew up, I went to Beijing and met your mother. Your mother brought things to our house. That's how we pooled our money together and made zhuangzi. Otherwise, why would I be afraid of your mother? Your mother's talent is not inferior to your father's. She comes from a good family. I'm satisfied that she can live with your father. Not to mention that there's still the two of you. Zhang Zhong began to teach his son and daughter-in-law a lesson about remembering the bitterness and thinking of the sweetness. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't help but tremble. Although they had never heard their father talk about it before, the two of them had experienced many things. Wang Wan understood very well. She always listened and understood Zhang Xiaobao even more. In the past, no matter how bitter her father-in-law and her family were, could it be more bitter than Xiaobao? However, Xiaobao never changed his love for his children until the last moment of his life. Therefore, Wang Wan really wanted to tell her father-in-law about Xiaobao's past. It was a magnificent scene that couldn't be described as the ups and downs of a sea of people. However, she couldn't say it out loud. She could only patiently listen with Xiaobao. Zhang Zhong wasn't clear about his son and daughter-in-law's past. He only knew that the two children were little immortals, who were bestowed by the heavens to their two families. Counting up from the family tree, there were 8 generations. They had to do countless good deeds. Therefore, he was still immersed in his memories. At that time, to be honest, Xiaobao, don't be unhappy. You're capable, and the food you make is delicious. However, the best food I've ever eaten wasn't made by you. When I was 7 years old, my mother made me a rice sausage during the New Year. She washed the intestines clean and filled it with rice and rice soup. There were also pieces of oil, which was the leftovers after refining the lard. She added some salt. After it was done, it was usually steamed. However, my father said that it wasn't easy for a child to eat it once. He used wood shavings to smoke it until the intestine was cooked. Even now, I still remember the taste. It was so fragrant. I asked my mother to cut it into thin slices. One slice could be eaten for half a day. After taking a bite, I kept chewing it in my mouth. Therefore, you've also realized that I made this kind of food for you every year. No matter how much seasoning Xiaobao made, I didn't use it. When I first found out that the food you made was delicious, I was worried that you wouldn't want to eat the intestines I made. Later on, when I saw that you enjoyed it so much, I was still very puzzled. When you were a year older, through my observation of the food you eat, I learned that sometimes you have high requirements for the food you eat. Sometimes you want the best. Sometimes you have very low requirements. You too can eat a complete bowl of corn and a little salted vegetables. Pour the wine. Zhang Zhong drank the wine as he spoke. He pushed the cup forward. Wang Wan immediately filled it up. She also poured a cup for Zhang Xiaobao and gave him a look. Zhang Xiaobao understood that Wang Wan wanted him to drink with his father. Even if he drank too much, he wanted his father to relax. As for his father's words, he would pick the good ones to remember and forget the bad ones. Since they were drinking wine, he didn't stop them. He raised his cup and said, "Father, Cuckoo and I have already enjoyed wealth. You see what Cuckoo and I make. No matter what ingredients we bring, we know the best way to cook them. But we also know the meaning of life. Just like the rice intestines you mentioned just now. It's delicious because it was made by my grandmother. It contains more than just taste. In this world, no matter how good the chef's skills are, even I can't make the taste of breast milk. Cuckoo and I don't care about suffering. At least it's better than starving. When you mentioned it today, I suddenly had an idea. Shouldn't we make something that makes people reminisce? It doesn't need to taste good. It just needs to be done with the heart. In some people's eyes, the most vulgar things are the real elegance. I always feel that the pronunciation of the local accent is more intimate than the pronunciation of the Chinese character in Chinese. Although Cuckoo and I know many languages, we usually speak the dialect of Sanshui County. Good boy, good boy. Good son, do it. That's right, do it. Father supports you. Go and do it. Make the simplest things and then sell them. Sell them. Don't sell them at an expensive price. Our family doesn't lack money. Hee hee Xiaobao, why are you so awesome? You know how to make money for the family since you were young. And Cuckoo, father's good daughter-in-law. She's just like your mother. She's even better than your mother. Your mother is indeed from a big family. Cuckoo, father doesn't look so noble? And you, when you smile, you're different from other children. Other children smile foolishly. But you're that kind of, what was it again? Zhang Zhong drank a little too much, so the smile on his face was also more. Smile. Zhang Xiaobao reminded. Yes, smile. Cheers. Cuckoo, pour the wine. Zhang Zhong ordered Wang Wan without holding back. Others might be afraid of Demoness Cuckoo, but he wasn't. In his eyes, Wang Wan was still that little brat. Wang Wan liked this the most. She immediately filled the wine and glared at Jiangxin, who came over and asked, Lord Jiang, is there something you need? Jiangxin also drank a lot of wine, and it was white wine. He drank it with Ancestor Qida. He promised Ancestor Qida that the Sidong Temple would cultivate new good seeds for tubo, such as corn. Then he drank it. After drinking 2 bowls, he was confused and ran over to get some scallions to dip in sauce. After drinking white wine, there was no taste in his mouth. If he wanted something stimulating, cucumber and liangpi would do. However, Wang Wan wasn't happy. Her husband and father-in-law were drinking. Why did an outsider come over? Jiangxin wasn't drunk and knew what was going on. He picked up the wine cup in front of Zhang Zhong and drank it in one gulp. I want some sauce and scallions. Do you have cucumber? Son, cucumber, sauce and scallions are here. Zhang Zhong was drunk, but he wasn't drunk. Seeing that there were no cucumbers on the small table, he said to Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wan ordered the people beside her. Men, go and serve them. Prepare the dishes, and the hangover soup. Jiangxin went back happily. Before he left, he said to Zhang Zhong, Lord Zhang, you are blessed. Look at your daughter-in-law. She didn't take care of Xiaobao. Of course, let's drink another cup. Zhang Zhong pulled Jiangxin to drink another cup. He had been drinking wine the whole time. Jiangxin mixed it with white wine first. After drinking a cup of wine, his body swayed, and he left with a smile. Son, why don't you drink with Lord Jiang? It's okay. I know he can drink more than me. You see, he is drunk now. If he drinks more, he will still be drunk. Unlike me, your father, I will be drunk in a while. When the time comes, you and Cuckoo will serve me. Zhang Zhong knew his own alcohol tolerance, so he spoke first. Zhang Xiaobao had a high alcohol tolerance. Not to mention a few cups of wine. Even a few cups of white wine would be fine. After hearing his father's words, he nodded vigorously. Father, you don't have to worry about drinking too much. You drink. Mother is not here, and Grandpa and Grandma are out playing. No one will say anything about you. Let's drink. Okay, let's drink. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Zhong rarely drank outside. Even if he drank, he did not drink much. Recently, he had not been able to see his family. Now that he finally saw his son and daughter-in-law, the pressure in his heart was reduced a lot. Moreover, because he was beside his son, he did not care. If he drank too much, his son and daughter-in-law would take care of him. He picked up the wine and drank. After drinking, he asked his son, Where were we just now? We were talking about the rice sausage you ate when you were young. Zhang Xiaobao still had to remind him. Yes, rice sausages. It's good stuff. You have to sell it. As a brand, I understand now. Some rich people don't care about how good the food is, but how comfortable it is to eat. Even if you give them some cucumber strips or garlic, they will be willing to spend money if they are happy eating it. I have observed a lot of people who suddenly become rich. They are afraid that others will look down on them and say that they have no money. Therefore, when they order outside, they will order the most expensive dishes. In the end, even if they are cheated, they will not dare to say anything. They are afraid of losing face. After all, they are treating others to a meal. How can they lose face? Tell me, son. Something like this happened in Savant's restaurant. The price was clearly written on the menu, and they came to eat. You said that you should just order according to the menu. No, the full range sold on the menu is 12 abalone. It means 12 abalone. The price is not cheap. 1 abalone costs 10 strings of cash. In the end, The person who was treated by him casually asked about the price. Zhang Zhong was a little sleepy. He forced himself to stay awake and said. Zhang Xiaobao could not tell if his father could fall asleep at any time. He asked the servants to prepare first. If his father drank too much later, he would have to be carried out. He would also have to be fed soup to protect his stomach. Then he asked, "Father, what did he say? What else could it be?" That person said that he heard that there are bigger abalones. In the end, this person wants to save face and insisted on getting 6 abalones from Savant's restaurant. That is Savant's restaurant. Even if you want 1 abalone, as long as you pre-order in advance and can afford it, you will be able to find it. In the end, when the dishes were served and he paid, he was stunned. The dishes on the table cost more than 1,000 strings of cash. The things he asked for are expensive. At Savant's restaurant, you can spend 10,000 strings of cash and still get something of value. Sigh. Zhang Zhong paused when he said this. Before Zhang Xiaobao could continue, he continued. For our family's business, it is natural for us to earn a lot of money. We use enough ingredients and have a good reputation. However, there are some places that do not use good ingredients and still cost a lot of money. Especially tourist attractions, right? Zhang Xiaobao finally knew what his father wanted to say. Yes, that's right. What do you think we should do? After Zhang Zhong said this, he leaned on the table and fell asleep. He did not vomit or make a fuss. Zhang Xiaobao drank the wine in his cup and looked at Wang Wan in shock. Wang Wan was also stunned. She asked, "Something happened so soon? How long has the tourism industry started? Where is it?" "I don't know. It doesn't seem to be in Beijing. I have been watching. Xiaobei and the others are also in Beijing. Who dares to play this game in Beijing?" Zhang Xiaobao was also confused. After pondering for a while, Zhang Xiaobao filled the wine and brought it to Jiang Xian. He interrupted the conversation between Jiang Xin and Princess Jincheng and asked, "Lord Jiang, I'd like to ask you something. Do you know which part of the Great Tang is the worst place to travel? Is it the place where people get cheated?" Jiang Xin was still bragging about the seeds of the Sanongxi and was very unhappy to be interrupted. He turned his head and saw that it was Zhang Xiaobao. He became sober again. He rubbed his face vigorously with his hands and said, "Yes, there really is. The people sent by the Sea Agriculture Temple to that place replied to me. They said that Jiangzhou was originally very close to Suzhou, and there was also an iron chain bridge that you guys built there. Then they collected money. There were all kinds of ways to collect money. Crossing the bridge required money. Getting off the bridge required people to pull the cart. If you did not take the cart, you were not allowed to take that road. The other roads were very difficult to travel. If you took the cart, it would be expensive. Your family also wants to open a tourism place there? No, your family has a place in Suzhou. If your family opens a business there, it will be difficult for others to do it." Jiang Xin was confused. After talking to Zhang Xiaobao, he raised his cup to Zhu Zan Qida. "Just now we were talking about the planting of corn, right? Now let's talk about potatoes. Potatoes are delicious. You can fry them or stew them. Even if you roast them, there is another benefit. Listen to me." Zhang Xiaobao was no longer in the mood to see how drunk Zhu Zan and Jiang Xin were. He glanced at Li Longji, who was sitting next to him. Li Longji didn't seem to care who drank too much. His expression was indifferent, and he occasionally added a few words. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao looking over, he asked, "Xiaobao, have you found the problem?" "Yes, I want to know who is behind Jiangzhou. It gives me the feeling that everything is for money. This won't do. The local government seems to have been kidnapped by a force. You have to send an order to Xiaobei and the others. That is to capture and kill people at will. Because there is someone there who is embezzling the revenue of Tang dynasty through various means. It is just that the means are very subtle. Even I didn't discover it directly. If we don't control it, it will cause a lot of harm. This person is definitely not ordinary. He is much stronger than the people from Tibet and Japan." Zhang Xiaobao didn't care if this fee was high or that place was expensive. What he cared about was why so many things pointed to one place in the end. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's solemn words, Li Longji also became serious. He asked, "Why, Xiaobao? Are you worried that you can't deal with it?" What do I have to worry about? It is easy to deal with the people behind this. I am afraid that by the time I make a move, they will have caused too much harm to that place. Even if I catch them all, it won't be able to make up for the loss of the people. Do I have to ask the imperial court to pay for it? Zhang Xiaobao was very angry. The problem he encountered was not big nor small. If he took care of it, it would affect his energy. If he didn't, the other party would slowly form a force. From the current situation, the other party already had a certain foundation. It was just that he didn't know what level it had reached. If he didn't take action now, when the other party continued to grow, it would be painful for him to take action. Li Longji saw that Zhang Xiaobao's words were serious. He thought for a while and said, I will listen to you this time. Pass down my order. Tang Dynasty's 9-man patrol team will investigate the situation in Jiangzhou. If there is a need, they will have full authority to deal with it. Kill first and report later. Do not investigate. After the order was passed down, Zhang Xiaobao heaved a sigh of relief. He greeted the others and returned to the place just now. Looking at his father who was sleeping, he instructed the people around him. Bring a cushion over and put my father on it. Carry him to a quiet place. Don't wake him up. Xiaobao, who do you think it is? Which faction is it? The local officials give me the feeling that they are very obedient. Wang Wan waited for Zhang Zhong to be carried away and asked. I hope it is not a religious faction. That is the hardest to get rid of. Humans are always easily deceived. Zhang Xiaobao said worriedly. Chapter 1021. At noon the next day, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had finished most of their work, had lunch. They walked along the riverside for an hour, then took a bath for another hour. They found a house with good soundproofing, performed the rites, and fell into a deep sleep. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, they woke up, washed up, and had lunch. At 9 o'clock, everyone was in position, and the military exercise began again. Zhang Xiaobao returned to his command center and recalled the arrangement before resting. He passed down orders. 4th Division, 3rd Battalion, 4th Battalion, pick up the pace and head east. Start the construction work at 225 Highland. Build 2 layers of hidden fortifications. After that, 3rd Battalion will attract the enemy's firepower. 4th Battalion will rest. When the first layer of fortifications is destroyed, continue the construction work. The messenger ran out to pass down the order. Zhang Xiaobao played with the binoculars in his hands. He looked up at the ceiling and continued to give orders. 3rd Division, 1 Brigade, 1 Regiment, make a large number of scarecrows. Everyone take 1 scarecrow and cooperate with 225 Highland. Go to the left side of the Highland and set up an ambush. Every 15 minutes, a team from each battalion will spread out and arrange the situation. Move in a small area. The rest of the team will move the scarecrows around them to create the illusion that they are alive. 3rd Division, 1 Brigade, 3 Regiments, go to the side of the 1st Division, 313 Highland. Start the construction work and make a layer of cover. Make scarecrows with the same number of scarecrows. Leave 1 battalion to shake the scarecrows. The other 2 battalions hide on both sides of the hill. Prepare oil and other materials to start the fire and attack according to the direction of the wind. 1st Division, 3rd Brigade, 4th Brigade, take out your multi-layered bamboo armor and stand guard at Highland 737, which is 20 li from the first peak of Mount Huangshan. If the enemy forces attack, look down from the high ground and charge with 1 battalion. 2nd Division, 2nd Brigade, and 1st Regiment cooperate with the 3rd Brigade and 4th Brigade of the 1st Division to set up fortifications on the 737 Highland. Make rolling logs and chisel boulders. 2nd Division, 2nd Brigade and 2nd Regiment hide at the back of the hill and choose the time to attack. The 1st Brigade of the 2nd Division will be the reserve brigade. The 3rd Regiment of the 2nd Brigade will be the attacking unit. The 3rd Regiment of the 4th Division will be the attacking unit. With a distance of 300 meters, the whole unit will charge forward quickly, without any regard for casualties. Lure the enemy to attack, and expose the position of the troops. Give 1 to each brigade of the 2nd Division. 1 to each brigade of the 1st Division, 1 to each brigade of the 1st Division, 1 to each brigade of the 2nd Division, and 1 to each regiment of the 2nd Division. Each combat unit will act according to the situation. The objective is to kill the enemy's effective forces, deplete the enemy's firepower reserves, and make it look like the main force is here. A series of orders were passed down, and Zhang Xiaobao was left with only a single large group of soldiers, which had been reinforced to 1,000. Wang Wan, who was in the other room, had nothing else to do. She had already made the necessary arrangements. Now, she had to wait for the situation of the logistics team before she could make the next arrangements. Little girl, how much will we have to pay in order to kill 20,000 of the enemy's vanguard? The commander in Wang Wan's room looked at the sand table. He seemed a little nervous, or rather excited. He was finally going to fight for real. What's the rush? It's not 20,000, it's 15,000. The other 5,000 were taken out by the logistics team that was moving freely. With the main force and the sacrifices of so many logistics teams, how could we not take out 15,000? What I want isn't to eat up all of Zhang Shougui's soldiers, but to force him into the mountains of Huangshan. I'll leave him with around 1,800 people to defend the high ground and report to the enemy's central army that our main force is in the Huangshan region. I'll give them a grinding battle. The commanders of our army on the other side of the forest fire area will definitely understand my intentions and constantly harass the enemy's central army. When the time comes, I'll have Huzi lead 20,000 of you through the forest fire area to the port of Hangzhou. We'll constantly throw in small groups of soldiers to prevent the enemy from comfortably entering the port to resupply. Let's see how they'll defeat me. After transporting soldiers for such a long distance, the vanguard didn't first defend the shore, but instead wanted to launch a surprise attack on me. Do they really think I'm made of clay? Wang Wang coldly laughed. At this moment, Zhang Shougui was truly regretting his decision. He especially admired the general who had set up the forest fire. The setting of the forest fire had been too crucial. The setting of the forest fire had turned what should have been a tactical action into a strategic containment. My vanguard's 1st Brigade probably won't survive. Did Wang Wan really run over there? My division's arrangement in the Huangshan region should be effective. Have we still not gotten in touch with the Central Army? Zhang Shougui was still insisting on the military decision to go to the Huangshan region. The remaining 15,000 vanguard soldiers were to defend the Huangshan region, where they could attack or retreat. After muttering to himself, he asked the messenger about the radio station team he had sent. Reporting, because the distance is too far, communications have not yet been restored. We also did not discover the enemy's 1st battalion tailing us. We only killed 22 people. The messenger reported, "Order Zhao Hanzhang to pick up the pace. I don't believe that the enemy won't put up any defenses here. Have Zhao Hanzhang force his way through and quickly find out what the enemy's unit at the foot of the Huangshan region is. If the enemy is defending, let them attack the same way they did during the sword meet at Mount Hua. I don't want to have a small group of enemy troops constantly eyeing me." Zhang Shougui gave another order, and his request was very specific. Zhao Hanzhang, who was leading the 5,000 vanguard troops as the vanguard commander, looked at the sand table upon receiving the order. Our army will form 3 horizontal lines. Each line will be 1 li apart. Advance quickly. Wind direction. Wind direction due west. Level 4 to 5. The messenger reported the wind direction. Good wind. Find a high ground suitable for taking off. My vanguard's 30 gliders will all. No. Send out 15 to scout the ground. Zhao Hanzhang was just about to say send out all of them, when he suddenly remembered the hot air balloon team. They had taken off together and died tragically. Before they could even see the enemy, they had been blown down. According to Zhao Hanzhang's request, the referees found a place suitable for taking off. 15 small models of gliders were set up. Half a day later, Zhao Hanzhang received news that the enemy troops had hidden themselves and occupied high ground. They had even thrown down a few grenades, killing more than 10 people. Report the enemy's depth and number of people. Zhao Hanzhong asked the messenger about the gliders controlled by 15 people. It was impossible for him to arrange for 15 people to actually take off, so he had to rely on the referees. Report, the enemy's number is unknown. Rough estimate is around 50,000. If our army takes a detour to Mount Huangshan, we can avoid the enemy's troops on the high ground. If our army wants to take the shortest distance, we will face them head-on and form a siege. The messenger reported. How many? Zhao Hanzhong was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. There are 50,000 enemy troops at the foot of Mount Huangshan. Main force, send a telegram to the main camp. We've discovered the enemy's main force. 2 high ground, 1 small hill, 1 plain, and 1 depression are at the center of the 3 points. The enemy's 50,000 troops are defending. 50,000? Unless Wang Wan is an idiot, she wouldn't send 50,000 troops to 3 points. And that 1 high ground isn't a high ground. That hill is more than 100 meters high. She might have thousands or even tens of thousands of people there. Isn't she afraid that I'll flatten that hill? Even if Zhang Shogui was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe that Wang Wan would send 50,000 troops to 2 high ground and 1 depression. If Wang Wan really made such arrangements, then with her level, she wasn't suited to teach others military lessons. Even if the commanders and her family studied for another 80 years, they still wouldn't be able to reach their current level. Report back. Ask General Zhao if he would arrange such a defense, when he clearly knows that the enemy has scouting methods. From now on, General Zhao's troops will act as they see fit. My troops will slowly approach. Zhang Shogui was very dissatisfied with Zhao Hanzhong's action of sending a message without using his brain. Zhao Hanzhong received the order. After thinking about it, he felt that it made sense. The main force was there. Even if Wang Wan wasn't there, the 50,000 main force was definitely from the first batch of academy students. How could the first batch of people that Wang Wan brought out be so few? How could she expose her military strength so clearly? Fuck, it's fake, it's all fake. Let's not care about the other 2 highlands for now. Go and destroy that small hill for me. Scouts, rush up there. Use 20 gliders and fly up there for me to see. My 2nd brigade, occupy that small hill for me first. Zhao Hanzhong cursed and gave the order. 20 gliders took off. A regiment of 1,500 people, pushing a few cannons, moved towards the small hill. The scouts also followed. Not long after, the aerial scouts returned with news that they had discovered the numbers of 2 battalions. The estimated number of people was 1,000. They also determined that some of them were fake. 2 battalions, 1,000 people? That's the configuration of a regular army. It's not Zhang Xiaobao's logistics troops. He always likes to have 700 people in a battalion. Could it really be a regular army? There are even fake people. Scouts, rush up. Gliders, continue to investigate. Zhao Hanzhong judged based on the numbers and numbers. He felt that he understood Zhang Xiaobao better, and was willing to create an independent battalion. For example, the 8 battalions of Fan Metro Cavalry that he had given to Wang Wan actually had 1,000 people in each battalion. Report, our scouts have heard gunshots. No one has returned after half an hour. The messenger ran in and reported loudly. At the same time, he put a few models that represented smoke on the sand table. General Zhao, our 20 gliders have disappeared. Smoke billowed on both sides of the high ground. They are being carried by the wind and are floating towards our army. Oh my God, they are playing this again. Is it because if my aerial troops fly a little lower, they will use smoke? According to this, my 20 gliders are gone? Zhao Hanzhong was very depressed. He thought that the other party's method was too despicable. Of course, he didn't know that even if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's aerial troops wanted to fight, the ground troops would still use smoke. Even if the smoke couldn't make the aircraft come down, it would make the aircraft unable to aim and guide. The ground troops would use smoke and all kinds of burning debris to make the aircraft attack the personnel. They could only use their eyes to estimate the approximate position of the enemy and then manually lock on. If there was a country that didn't have such technology, or even surface-to-air missiles, then they could only wait to be beaten. When a group of tanks moved, When the aircraft looked down from the sky, it was a sea of smoke. The radar's heat reaction light spots were everywhere. Since it was useful at that time, how could Wang Wan not use it now? Even if the aircraft flew high and couldn't be smoked, the aircraft wouldn't be able to see the situation below clearly. Orders: the artillery troops will cover. 2nd Regiment will charge. I'm really convinced. After fighting for so long, it has become like this again. Zhao Hanzhong felt very sullen. Before coming, he had thought of countless battle tactics and strategies. In his mind, he could simulate how the other party would suffer, and how great the losses would be. In the end, when they really met, what air and ground cooperation, what special forces attack, what mobile firepower net coverage, and so on, they couldn't be used. The other party dug a trench, released smoke, guarded the small hill, and the teams on both sides of the hill cooperated with each other. The only thing he could do was to advance with artillery fire, and the attacking team followed. 1st Regiment attacked the team on the left of the hill. 3rd Regiment attacked the team on the right. Don't get close. Be careful of the smoke. Zhao Hanzhong was qualified to be able to guess the other party's shameless methods. When the glider was smoked down, he considered whether the other party would use smoke to cover and fight hand to hand. Your Majesty, we should strengthen security measures. On the ground, using smoke to deal with air troops is too useful. Even if Shuiyin is sent here, she won't be able to make any useful judgments when she sees the smoke below. We can't let anyone spread this. Otherwise, when Cuckoo leads the army to war in the future, how many good men will the Tang Empire lose? Which child isn't born to their parents? Empress Wang saw the situation of the battle on the sand table in the center, and immediately realized the effect of smoke. Whether there was no wind or no wind, the attacking side couldn't expect the air troops to have much of an advantage unless they flew very high from the beginning. Although they could avoid the attack, they couldn't complete the reconnaissance mission. Li Longji's reaction wasn't as intense as Empress Wang's. He nodded and said, "Attack with smoke and throw spears against the wind. It's been like this since ancient times. Even if the secret isn't leaked, others can figure it out. It's Zhao Hanzhong's own stupidity. If he changed his position and Cuckoo attacked, he wouldn't be so restricted. I don't understand. Why do we have to attack? Can't we just go around it? There aren't many supplies on the hill. Can a hill of more than 100 meters be considered a high ground? What's the point of attacking it?" Empress Wang thought about it and retorted, "Your Majesty, that's 3 battalions. If we don't attack, why don't we just go around it and let them attack from behind? If we attack from behind, we have to go down the hill and gather. Otherwise, if we spread out, we'll be attacked one by one. A brigade will leave a regiment in front to interrupt the attack. The other 2 regiments will turn around and attack from behind under the cover of artillery fire." Did you see how Kong Lu charged through the layers of defense? Once we reach the flat ground, cold weapons are like steamed buns, meat buns that are specially used to feed dogs. With a single charge, 3 battalions will be wiped out. When fighting against Cuckoo, we can't fight according to conventional means. Look at Xiao Bao's logisticians. They're built from the ground up. If you don't attack, I'll dig down and endure cannon fire time and time again. If you charge, I'll use the trenches to engage you in close combat. Rather than saying that they're native troops, it's better to say that they're the hot-blooded heroes of Great Tang. They're guarding a place, and are willing to fight to the last man. With such an army, I don't want to send them out to invade. No matter how well they fight, there will definitely be casualties. My heart aches for them. Li Longji thought back to a certain day a year later when Xiao Bao and Cuckoo gathered their troops and logisticians to go on an expedition to Duoduo. His mood instantly turned sour. He couldn't bear to send any Great Tang soldiers to their deaths. Zizhenchide had already experienced Wang Wan's viciousness. Even now, he still had a shadow in his heart. He felt sad for his men who died in the battle for Tubo, but he also felt proud of the soldiers that Wang Wan led. The troops that were initially scattered were reorganized by Wang Wan. After that, they were promised compensation in the name of the Zhang clan and Wang clan, and their fighting strength increased exponentially. Now that he thought about it, he should have just surrendered back then. At that time, fewer Great Tang soldiers would have died. Thus, When he heard Li Longji's words, he also felt sad. He persuaded, "Your Majesty, for the happiness of more people in Great Tang, we must fight. However, logisticians must follow up. For example, artillery fire. This subject admits that it is difficult to fight a civil engineering team. However, Cuckoo said that for the safety of a single Great Tang soldier, she is willing to throw down millions of artillery shells. This subject will issue a military order. If Cuckoo's team attacks, the logisticians will pass through this subject. This subject cannot allow the speed of transportation to double. This subject will carry the artillery shells myself. Otherwise, this subject will send my head to the capital." Everyone was moved by Zizhenchait's words. Only Wu Huifei had a different opinion. At the side she said, "Your Majesty, this subject thinks that Xiao Bao won't let Great Tang's soldiers risk their lives. This subject remembers that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo told Your Majesty that in the past year, they were training their soldiers and using other methods to weaken Duoduo. Back then it was Your Majesty who gave the order to attack Tubo. They were developing well in Shuzhou, but you insisted that they organized the logisticians. In the end they became the main force. Xiao Bao spent most of his energy on organizing the logisticians. When they reached Tubo, he found the time to scheme against others. However, Xiao Bao won't let you cause trouble now. He must have made preparations. Let's not talk about the past. We don't feel good about it either. Back then we didn't do anything bad. We just wanted to give credit to Zhang family and Wang family. Who would have thought that when they reached Pengzhou, they would still advance despite knowing what was ahead? You're saying that Xiao Bao wants to make the first move and cooperate with Cuckoo's army, so that Great Tang won't have to sacrifice as many soldiers?" Every time Li Longji thought about what happened back then, he felt a lingering fear. However, it was also in that battle that Cuckoo showed her talent. Xiao Bao strategized, and Shui Yun roared in the sky. Otherwise, who would have known their true abilities? As they were speaking, Zhang Xiaobao came over and heard the general idea. He said, "A real man doesn't talk about the embarrassment of the past. What we're talking about now is bragging and not mentioning a single word about being beaten and bullied. That may I ask, are we allowed to use special weapons?" Chapter 10:22. What weapon? The others asked in unison. Many diseases are contagious and people die. The process from contagion to death is relatively long. For example, it might take a few months to a year and a half. We natives have specially sampled a group of people like this. We also have some insects with diseases on them. We'll use them on the battlefield. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, Li Longji and the others shuddered from time to time. Before Zhang Xiaobao could finish, Li Longji interrupted him. "Xiao Bao, it's too late for you to say this now. You didn't mention it in the beginning. I know your methods and they're ruthless. However, the purpose of the military examination is to let the generals understand Tang's army. Your infectious diseases and poisonous insects won't be of any help to Tang. Whether our enemies use these methods or not, we need military doctors. The medical academy is also researching ways to cure various diseases. Didn't you say that our medical academy will be able to solve the diseases immediately if you bring them out? If that's the case, they won't be of much help to Tang's army. Tang can't raise a group of sick people to attack other countries." Empress Wang nodded. Wu Huifei's eyes lit up. She liked to play tricks. After listening to Zhang Xiaobao and the emperor, she interjected. "Little treasure, are you saying that we can let the medical school's people advance with the army and capture other people for research? It's just like the medical team that Lu Zhou sent out to treat the people on the other islands. However, the medical personnel on the island didn't deliberately use poison. During the treatment process, they lacked protective measures. Even if it's a minor illness, they can still perform major surgery." Zhang Xiaobao nodded with a determined gaze. He knew how cruel it was to do it, but he still had to do it. "Is there a specific way to cure the injuries?" Cheetah asked. He wanted to say that it was against the harmony of heaven, but he changed his words in the end. Zhang Xiaobao understood what he meant. He replied, "Yes, it's against the harmony of heaven, but there's a way. There's not much difference between a doctor and an assassin. For example, Cuckoo and I, We feel that we've earned every extra day we live. We don't care about the heavenly punishment. Using others to study the laws and treatment methods of diseases can be used on the people of the great Tang. I brought up this matter today so that your majesty and the others can be mentally prepared. Many years later, you might be cursed incessantly. How can we care about what will happen many years later? Many years later, when the common people of the great Tang learn of what we have done for them, I believe that we will be passed down as a deity who protects their safety and health. Ha! And you and Cuckoo, don't keep looking at the sand table. If you don't like it, I'll kick you out. When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he didn't even think about it and said indifferently. Zhang Xiaobao retracted his gaze from the sand table. Actually, he couldn't see anything. The sand table was so big, and the model was so small. If he didn't get close, he could only see a pile of things. I didn't. It's just a habit. In truth, it's nothing much. In the future, when the Great Tang develops well, we can just give the countries that were bullied some money, and many people will forget what happened back then. Compared to the Great Tang, they will realize that their lives are too poor to be able to use the good products of the Great Tang, travel to the Great Tang, or even immigrate to the Great Tang. To them, this is the life of a deity. Give them some benefits, and use the economy to plunder them. Let alone those people who have no direct relationship with them. Even those related to their ancestors. They will forget. Xiaobao, don't get agitated. What's wrong with you? That time when you took the imperial examination, you vomited blood because of something. Doctor of medicine, come over here. When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he realized that Zhang Xiaobao's face was even redder than before. When he heard the content of the conversation, he felt that Xiaobao was feeling uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly waved his hands. It's nothing. I can't vomit blood this time. I'll always vomit. Right now Cuckoo and I are bullying others. Haha, thank the heavens. This is why we have to do more things that go against the heavens. Actually, I just thought of something. Don't touch me. I already said that I'm fine. Zhang Xiaobao had many things that he couldn't tell others. The only person he could confide in was Wang Wan. After comforting himself, he recovered his emotions and shook off the doctor's hand that came over to take his pulse. The doctor was very dedicated. Even if he couldn't take Zhang Xiaobao's pulse, he didn't force him. He stared at Zhang Xiaobao, looking at his complexion and breathing rhythm. He didn't dare to be negligent. If something really happened to Zhang Xiaobao, the emperor wouldn't need to do anything. The emperor would just throw him out on the streets and say that he didn't do his best. In this short period of time, Wang Wan had already heard the news. She hurriedly ran over and looked at Zhang Xiaobao asking, "Who provoked you again?" No one. They said that the military doctors followed the army to fight. In addition to treating their own people, they also used other people to study the virus. As they talked, I became happy and thought of a new weapon. Zhang Xiaobao reached out and pulled Wang Wan to sit on his lap as he explained. Wang Wan didn't break free. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she understood what the other party thought of. She followed up. You thought of a biological weapon? It's more difficult to collect poisonous gas than oxygen. It's not easy to take protective measures, but we can use incendiary bombs. Good idea. Let people study it as soon as possible. When we go to war, we can destroy all the trenches and bunkers. If they're really benevolent and righteous, how can they fight a war? You came over just to talk about this? You're so free that you're chatting with people instead of commanding. Let's see what you're going to do if you can't complete your tactical objectives. Let Dr. Ho feel your pulse. Wang Wan took Zhang Xiaobao's hand and handed it to the doctor surnamed Ho. She knew that he had reached the position of doctor. It was impossible not to pay attention to him. When they wanted to establish the Tang Academy of Sciences, they had to get him in. The doctor first felt Zhang Xiaobao's left hand, then his right hand. After feeling it, he said to everyone, "It's nothing." It seems that he was a little tired yesterday, or in the last few hours. There's no need to get medicine. When it's time to eat, it's fine to have more meat. The doctor said it calmly. Wang Wan blushed and jumped down from Zhang Xiaobao's lap. She pulled a chair and sat there without saying anything. Zhang Xiaobao asked in surprise. You can even tell? Isn't it too fake? How is it fake? Look at your pulse. Stop talking. You're amazing. I'll eat crabs for dinner. Zhang Xiaobao didn't let the doctor continue. Crabs won't do. It's cold. Besides, it's spring. Where are you going to find crabs? The crabs that were frozen last autumn don't taste good. If you want to eat seafood, you can eat sea fish or mutton. If there are cows, you can eat beef. Ordinary people can't eat it. You won't be lacking in beef. The doctor still had a serious look on his face as he discussed with Zhang Xiaobao about food and nutrition. Zhu Zan reminded him kindly. Xiaobao, when Madam and I came over, we brought the yaks from our place. They're still alive. Along the way they lost weight. Many of them died. We sold them to the restaurants that passed by. After we arrived in the capital, we've raised them for a few days. They should be fine. Let me tell you, those yaks. Let's talk about the main thing. I know that your yaks are good. I believe that Xiaobao's body is also very good. Xiaobao, cuckoo. How do you use the biological weapons and incendiary bombs that you mentioned? Li Longji saw that the topic had changed and quickly corrected it. He was very interested in war weapons. He was always afraid that others would use advanced weapons to attack the Tang Empire. He felt that with every step forward in the research of weapons, the gap between the Tang Empire and the Tang Empire would shrink. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to explain the functions and effects of the two weapons. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't as professional as Wang Wan. Wang Wan had a very thorough understanding of the weapons. As she explained the functions, she also explained the tactical coordination around the weapons. Zhang Xiaobao mainly explained the reaction of the human body after being hit by the weapons. For example, the incendiary bombs. They burned for a long time and covered a large area. During the burning process, they produced poisonous gas and caused a lack of oxygen to the shallow underground fortifications. Hearing this, Li Longji and the others broke out in cold sweat. Qida Zuzan was also glad that his Tufan didn't persist. Xiaobao, according to what you said, there isn't an army in the world that can defeat a team with such weapons. Hurry up and research it. Li Longji wiped his sweat and said excitedly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shook their heads at the same time and said together, No, there is an army that can contend against them. What army? Li Longji asked in disbelief. Our Tang Empire's army can do it. Perhaps the number of casualties will be several times more, but the enemy will definitely not retreat. Even if someone can blow up the mountain that our Tang Empire occupies and think that it is a land of death, if he dares to attack, he will still have to suffer a fierce counterattack. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan and said to Li Longji with a smile. Wang Wan replied with an affirmative smile. Yes, our Tang Empire's army can do it. Even if we have to sacrifice several times more lives, in the end, what we are fighting for is not only the weapon, but also the soul of an entire nation. On the battlefield, what we display is the soul of an army. When 10 lives are exchanged for one of the enemies, what we are testing is the other party's will. The more advanced the weapon is, the more people cherish their lives. Some people fight for wealth, while others fight for glory. I am most afraid of encountering enemies who fight for survival. Thus, I have always requested that the soldiers of the Tang Empire have 2 things. First, they must learn knowledge, so that they can immediately take over the position of the commander after his death. Even if they are alone, they must be clear of the strategy and tactics of the team. Second, they must have family members. It would be best if they have a few brothers with a wife and children. This kind of team is the strongest. In front of them is the enemy, but behind them is their family. So they must use their lives to exchange for the enemy? Princess Jinqing asked. Yes, use their lives to exchange for the enemy until they tremble. Even if blood flows like a river, they must not retreat. If the soldiers of a country are afraid of death, and turn around to flee or surrender when they see the enemy's ferocious attack, then that country deserves to be bullied. Zhang Xiaobao said. He thought of many small countries that were bullied. Basically, when the enemy's attack was a little fierce, they would be scared to death. They would invest tens of thousands of soldiers to defend the place, and hundreds of them would die. In the end, in 2 to 3 days, the place would be taken down by the enemy. If they were afraid of death, who could they blame? Sometimes, Zhang Xiaobao would think, and he had also discussed it with Wang Wan, if it was their national army, how could an army of tens of thousands be taken down in 2 to 3 days? They could just throw an atomic bomb. Otherwise, how big of a price would the enemy have to pay? Zhu Qida was unhappy. He thought that Zhang Xiaobao was talking about him. However, his men were not afraid of death. The main thing was that they lacked a good commander. Therefore, he said, Xiaobao, there are times when human strength is not enough, right? Oh. Zhang Xiaobao understood. I'm not talking about you. We are fighting because of internal conflicts. We are a family, just like brothers sometimes fight. When Cuckoo and I go to war, you still have to help take care of the logistics. We can rest assured. Li Longji also said, if I'm not talking about you, are we enemies? My sister is married to you. I'm talking about the enemy of the great Tang without a princess. Yes, that's what I meant. I'm just asking. What else could Zhu Qida say? Xiaobao, let's go back. They are still fighting. Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao was fine and was concerned about the situation of the battle. Let's go back. I wanted to use other methods, but they didn't agree. Zhang Xiaobao stood up and pulled Wang Wan out. Li Longji and the others watched the two of them leave. They gathered together to discuss the matter that the two of them had just mentioned. The battle was still going on. Zhao Hanzhong was facing the same problem as Yang Chang. There were a total of 3 camps on the 100-meter high ground. There was one on the top of the mountain, and one at the bottom of the mountain. With only 3 regiments, they were unable to charge over. After the cannon fire, they charged. Surprisingly, the enemy could still counterattack, and it was very fierce. However, Zhao Hanzhong already knew what was going on. There was a problem with the fortifications and the direction of the wind. The wind blew against them. Regardless of whether the enemy was on the mountain or on the plains, they had fortifications. When the cannon fire landed, some of the fortifications were destroyed, while others were still standing. Furthermore, there was another layer of fortifications under the fortifications. The enemy's scarecrows were very effective. When the cannon fire hit them, the scarecrows were set ablaze. When his troops charged, other than the smoke from the cannon fire, there was also smoke from the scarecrows. If they charged too slowly, the effect of the cannon fire would be weakened. Moreover, if they were too far away, the smoke would be very uncomfortable. But if they charged too quickly, they would be in close contact with the enemy. They felt that the most shameless method of the other party was to not run when they countercharged. Instead, they would lie on the ground and quickly crawl and roll horizontally to change positions to advance. This was too demanding of their own marksmanship. There was already smoke, and they still had to hit the ground. The enemy would roll and advance without any pattern. They could only rely on confusion. When they came into contact with the enemy, it would be a bayonet against a broadsword or a spear. This was no joke. Yes, if they crawled forward, they would be less affected by the smoke. The natives are becoming more and more difficult to deal with. Zhao Hanzhong scratched his head in front of the sand table. Of course, he was just saying this out of anger. He didn't believe that the natives were so smart. Reporting, our troops attacking the mountain have been shot down again. The enemy used rolling logs. The messenger reported to Zhao Hanzhong. Rolling logs? Are there any nails on the logs? Zhao Hanzhong asked. Reporting, no, there are no nails. However, there are streaks in the middle of the logs. There are things that cause smoke. Wherever the logs roll, there is smoke. The messenger replied. Zhao Hanzhong nodded. Understood. When he looked at the sand table again, he suddenly slapped his head and said to himself, why was I so stupid? So what if I shot down the mountain? I'm not even defending. There are still troops behind me. Can't I just charge over? What can they do to me? Men, pass down my order. Gather 3 regiments of troops and advance with the cannon fire. Charge directly from the north of Highland 113. How can 3 regiments not be able to deal with your battalion? Zhao Hanzhong finally understood and gave the order. Looking at the other side, there was nothing on the other side. The terrain was flat, so he had sent out scouts to scout ahead. If they were not attacked, then they would just leave from the other side. Obviously, they would not come into contact with the enemy. Scout ahead. The first group will advance slowly. The second group will spread out and guard the surroundings. The third group will rest here. Zhao Hanzhong gave the order and began to wait for feedback. Half an hour later, the scouts had advanced for 15 li. They came back and reported that they were not attacked along the way. All troops move out. Zhao Hanzhong composed himself and gave the order to advance. The troops did not advance quickly. As for the scouts, they constantly came into contact with the enemy. Some died in battle, while others sent back information. Zhao Hanzhong did not hear any reports of enemy attacks or ambushes for a long time. Instead, he felt uneasy and felt that something was wrong. Is this still Wang Wan's main force? Why didn't they surround me when I came in? Why didn't they stop me? Why didn't they harass me? Have the commanders of the Zhang family and Wang family suddenly become stupid? Can't their scouts keep up? Then they should have heard the sound of cannon fire. I don't believe that they can't analyze it. Zhao Hanzhong mumbled, his heart feeling more and more uneasy. When Zhao Hanzhong passed, the commander of the 3 RD Division's 1st Brigade's 1st Regiment, Lu Dong, was also looking at the sand table. It was not that he did not want to make a move. He wanted to stop the enemy or chase after them. But he could not move. He was guarding the depression and had already arranged everything. If he moved, he would expose himself, and all the original arrangements would be disrupted. For the sake of the enemy's vanguard, such a choice was not worth it. Therefore he was waiting for the enemy's vanguard to crash into the wall. If the enemy's main force came up, he believed that his allies at the 225 Highland would close the door. His own regiment had 2 plans. One was to cooperate with the 225 Highland and block the enemy's vanguard from retreating. The other was to snipe the enemy's main force. The worst-case scenario would naturally be being attacked from the front and back. Then, he would accept it and try his best to exhaust the enemy's ammunition. The commanders of the 3rd and 4th Independent Battalions of the 4th Division, at the 225 Highland, also knew that the enemy's vanguard had entered. But they did not attack. They seized the time to repair the fortifications. The commander of the 3rd Independent Battalion, Lu Zhu, ordered his men to repair the fortifications. When he found the 4th Independent Battalion's headquarters, he said to his colleague Lu Yin, "One of you go there." "You saw it. Do you want to fight?" Lu Yin asked. Lu Zhu waved his hand. "No, I'll wait for him to go there. I'll discuss it with you. The place he went is right under our noses. There's another regiment to cooperate with us. We're an independent battalion. I know. Our numbers are only slightly less than a regular regiment, and our weapons and equipment are better. But we're a logistics battalion. An independent logistics battalion is well prepared, and that's reflected in transportation and construction." Lu Yin did not understand what he meant. Lu Zhu walked to the sand table and pointed at the path Zhao Hanzhong took. "Look, he went there. Another half a day's journey is the 737 Highland. He can't go around there even if he wants to. He only has 4,000 men. I think he was beaten up by our army in front. If he doesn't attack with 4,000 men, and they surround him for 3 days, his supplies won't be able to keep up. If he attacks, his ammunition will probably be used up a lot. If he sets up camp here and doesn't move, he will be facing 2 brigades, 2 regiments, and a reserve brigade, which is more than 4 times his current military strength, almost 5 times. Do you think the people of Highland 737 will let him go?" Lu Yin looked at the sand table and understood as he listened. They won't. If the enemy really dares to set up camp, the 737 Highland will organize a night battle with scarecrows and use smoke to cover the attack. They'll use the tactic of injuring 1,000 of the enemy and sacrificing 800 of their own to force the enemy to attack or retreat. They'll also defend and wait for reinforcements. Then while talking, LV Yin considered. Suddenly his eyes brightened. He patted Lu Zhu's shoulder happily and said, "Yes, that's right. We can't let him retreat easily, and we can't let him wait for the reinforcements. Let's go down. We don't have to stay on the mountain anymore." "That's right. We're an independent battalion. The Logistics Independent Battalion has a lot of equipment. Let's quickly fix it and tell the 3rd Division, the 1st Brigade and the 1st Regiment our plan. Let them cooperate. Tell him that he doesn't have to worry about being attacked from 2 sides. We'll block the enemy's retreat. If he dares to rush in, he won't be able to return, Lu Zhu said with a smile. After waiting for the enemy to pass, the 3rd and 4th Independent Battalions of the 4th Division rushed down and began to build fortifications on the flat road. Lu Dong, who was guarding the depression, was still giving orders to arrange his own area more carefully when a messenger ran in. Reporting, the 225 Highland, the 4th Division, the 3rd and 4th Independent Battalions are here to report. Let us hold our position and leave the enemy's retreat path to them. Good, I told you. We can't let them pass easily. They dare to go around the road. Do they think they're fighting a flat Yuanzhan? Do they think that our hinterland is empty? The main force of 60,000 hasn't moved yet. If we rush in with 4,000 people, we'll tire you to death. Lu Dong laughed and knew what to do. Order my regiment to continue to fight. Dig fortifications. Give me as many scarecrows as possible. Horizontally dig trenches as wide as a breadth. Ask for support from our friendly troops. Help us dig trenches. Don't dig too deep. 1 person's height is enough. On the opposite side of the trenches, dig a slanted hole. Hide people inside and wait for the enemy to push the cannon cart over the hole. Rush out and kill them, or wait for the enemy to fall into the hole. Insert a scarecrow every 3 meters in the trenches. Only a little bit of the head with a hat is exposed. Stagger the position of the holes. The distance between the trenches is 50 meters. Within 50 meters, place them irregularly. After Lu Dong finished giving orders, his whole body relaxed. He didn't expect to be able to defeat the enemy. As long as he could consume more of the enemy's ammunition, it would be fine. When the guns and cannons ran out of ammunition, it was better to use fire sticks. The fire sticks could be made longer, but the bayonets on the guns were only that long. Moreover, bullets weren't too terrible. The speed was fast, but they had to hit the target. There weren't so many machine guns. If they used rifles, wouldn't I be able to dodge? If I suddenly lay down, roll and get up again, walk around the zigzag route, and lay down again, could it be that they were all sharpshooters? Lu Dong's request was sent out by the scouts. Soon he received a response. The 3rd Regiment of the 2nd Brigade of the 4th Division, which took the initiative to attack, came. It was arranged by Zhang Xiaobao to quickly charge forward in groups, every 300 meters, to expose the enemy's position. The regiment commander, Su Gu, also wanted to follow the order. But before he could move, the enemy's vanguard came in first. He thought about it. If he still followed the young master's order and rushed in, he would definitely be scolded by the young master. Su Gu could think of the scolding words. Are you stupid? You just entered when I told you to. Don't you know how to observe the situation? You're the regiment commander, not the group commander. Don't you have a brain? I've arranged everything. Do I still need you? You can just find an obedient dog. So Su Gu made his own judgment. He didn't rush forward. He gathered the troops of a regiment and walked quietly along the edge of the ambush. He collected the things to start the fire. He planned to take advantage of the enemy's vanguard to go to the front and throw the things to the ground before the enemy's middle army came. He planned to let the enemy's middle army make a choice. Either you ignite the things yourself and then be blocked by the fire and can't come over, leaving your vanguard isolated and helpless. Or you go directly, and I will ignite the fire and burn you all together. Just as they moved to the depression, each soldier carried a large bundle of firewood, wooden sticks, hay, and dried grass. When the time came, they would be able to burn it, and it would even emit smoke. Before he could continue to move forward, he received a request from Lu Dong of the 1st Brigade of the 3rd Division. He considered which side was more important, and finally decided to help. Su Gu, why are you here? Lu Dong was surprised to see Su Gu. Didn't you sacrifice yourself? You sacrificed yourself? Did you give me the time to sacrifice myself? You see how fast the enemy's vanguard is. They almost met me. More than 20 of my scouts were killed by their scouts. I avoided them and took a detour. Why are you looking for me? I brought a lot of firewood. I plan to go to the front to cook for the enemy. Do you need it? There are 1,500 bundles, all big bundles. It's enough for a family of 10 to burn the stove for 10 years. Su Gu and the other 3 people stood in Lu Dong's room. In addition to him, there were 3 battalion commanders. He had his own personal guards, and the number of people was not small. As for the commander of the team, he was not assigned to him for the time being. Unless he wanted to play an independent and important tactic, he would not be assigned to his subordinates. The battalion was enough. If he chose to rush in as a unit, then there would naturally be other people from the outer court to cooperate with him and be the commander of the team. Lu Dong, on the other hand, was more concerned about the firewood. He asked, "That much? Well, if one person carries a bundle, it will be like a mountain. I don't need it here for the time being, eh? What's wrong?" Su Gu heard Lu Dong's sudden voice ask. "I don't need it. In the front, they caused the enemy's vanguard to lose more than 1,000 people. I think they themselves are not having a good time. I saw that the enemy's vanguard was a brigade, but it only had 4,000 people. Needless to say, those 1,000 people were killed by the enemy's vanguard. Their fortifications should have been badly beaten. You send the firewood to them, and let them make big buns. When the time comes to ignite them, they will roll down. It's also a good thing. They must still be resting." Lu Dong thought of the previous regiment and admired it. That regiment had a total of 1,500 people. In the end, they consumed more than 1,000 people in the enemy's vanguard by relying on a hill without any height advantage. This was not a matter of playing with one's life. If you want to play with your life, the enemy will give you a chance. This was a test of command. If the enemy lost more than 1,000 people, the loss would not be small, unless the weapons were changed. Su Gu pondered for a moment and replied, "Okay, then let's go together. Our 2 regiments will send the things to them, and then repair the fortifications. If the enemy attacks while we are repairing, we will fight together in the 1133 Highlands. If we finish repairing and still don't attack, I will leave a battalion to them, and they will come back and continue to repair here. Then I'll give them a battalion as well. They'll be at the very front. If they can come back and repair this place, you can move your remaining 2 battalions to the front and place them between me and Highland 113 for mobility." Lu Dong also agreed. So the 2 people slowly walked to the room where Sun Quan and Fan Zhu were. Su Gu's personal guards stayed behind and continued to work. Sun Quan and Fan Zhu still had one more person, the commander of the 3rd Battalion, Wang Nan. Wang Nan was also injured by the referee. Wang Nan was very angry. Why did he have to be injured? When he commanded, his energy was affected. He commanded for an hour, and then had to rest for an hour. Wasn't this cheating? At the critical moment, he had to rest for an hour, and when he got up, the battle would be over. The 3 people were together thinking about how to deal with the enemy's main force. When they thought of the overwhelming artillery, the 3 people felt a headache. If you give me an artillery battalion, I want to see which one of their main forces dares to open fire first. I will destroy the artillery position. Isn't it just bullying us because we don't have artillery? Wang Nan complained, his hand touching his head from time to time. The messenger said that his head was injured by shrapnel, and there was a big cut. He always felt uncomfortable in his head. Okay, we are just fighting cold weapons against hot weapons. If it is hot weapons against hot weapons, will the Imperial Court's generals dare to come and fight with us? Cuckoo directly passed the military selection and became the top scorer. Since we are playing this game, we can't lose face for the main family, right? Sun Quan explained. When he spoke, he faintly revealed a trace of pride, which meant that he had the ability to fight an asymmetrical war with them and force them to not have the slightest advantage. Fan Zhu also said, "That's right. If we really used hot weapons against hot weapons, I could have left his entire regiment on the mountain. But since we have chosen this road, we have to go down it. I think that after the battle, we, the people on the periphery, will be allowed to enter the inner courtyard. The main family doesn't only look at combat ability. If your ability is not good, you can be trained. If you really can't, You can also be arranged to do other things. The main family has always emphasized that there is no bad inner courtyard, only unsuitable positions. What the main family really looks at is our spirit and breadth of mind, as well as the choice between life and death and brotherhood. If the main family is satisfied, we can enter the inner courtyard and be like Xiaobei and the others. We are them. The other two nodded. They thought of the education that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had given Xiaobei's 9 younger brothers and sisters. Their philosophy was that there were no stupid children, only unsuitable education. If that's the case, we will work harder and work in the inner courtyard in the future. I have to change my surname. Should it be Zhang or Wang? Or continue to be Sun? Sun Quan began to think about what to do with his surname. He felt that he had done well by cooperating with the 2 battalions and defeating more than 500 of the enemy's people, while losing more than 800 people. He could enter the inner courtyard. Let's not think about that for now. I am just thinking about how to defend when the enemy's main force comes. If someone can give me some support, I will be satisfied even if it is a large group or a small group. Fan Zhu felt that the manpower was not enough. Although it was said that he could be sacrificed, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. I don't have a large group or a small group. I can give you a battalion, and more than 1,500 bundles of firewood. At this time, Su Gu appeared at the door of the 3 people's room and said seriously, "Ha, Su Gu, I asked you to rush to the front. Where are you hiding? You have a group. Come in and have a seat. Are you here to visit with a group? Ha ha ha. And Lu Regiment Commander, you are not guarding the low-lying land at the back. You also formed a group to travel?" When Fan Zhu saw the 2 people, he was very happy. He didn't believe that the 2 people would come empty-handed, so he quickly moved a chair. Wang Nan and Sun Quan also got up to greet them and hugged Su Gu. The other party came at the right time. They were good brothers. Su Gu and Sun Quan sat down, and Lu Dong took a bowl of water. There was no tea on the battlefield. He took a sip and said, "I need people to help me repair the fortifications." So Su Gu came and hid beside me. What kind of person do you think he is? He is too careless. If he came earlier, I would have dared to fight the enemy's vanguard. In the end, when the enemy went over, and he even encountered them, he hid and ran away, and many of his scouts were killed by the enemy. Both of us calculated that the enemy's vanguard was definitely a brigade. There were only about 4,000 people left, and you actually left behind more than 1,000. Your losses were definitely not small. So I sent you soldiers. Su Gu and I each took out a battalion for you to fight. We will help you repair the fortifications first. Later, we will continue to defend there. When your whole army is dead, we will become the front. 1,000? So many? We estimated that it was 500, at most 600. Fan Zhu and I thought that we would suffer a little loss. The loss was 800 against 500. How can it be 1,000? Sun Quan was happy and surprised at the same time. Su Gu said with certainty, "It is indeed less than 1,000 people. In addition to the dead scouts, there are some who came back alive. The enemy also did not take advantage of us. The place we passed by is full of weeds. Pistols may not be more effective than throwing knives. We natives also have blow darts. If you shoot, the sound will spread very far. The enemy's scouts nearby will not deal with you. My regiment did not dare to go over, and their main force also did not dare to come over. It was just a battle of scouts. As a result, our scouts reported that the enemy had more than 4,000 people. How could we dare to fight? We ran and encountered Commander Lu. This time the other 3 people were happy. 800 against 1,000, they made a profit. This was also because the enemy was smart. At the last moment, they did not want to scatter and annihilate them. Instead they passed through. Otherwise, they could have left behind another 1,000 people. The 5 people chatted for a while, mainly to exchange information and analysis. They began to organize people to build the fortifications. There were more people now. 2 regiments came to help, and the construction progress was very fast. When the construction was almost done, the enemy still did not come. Su Gu and Lu Dong each left a battalion and rushed back with the fastest speed. They still had fortifications to build. On the way back, Su Gu said to Lu Dong, I will not give you my 2 battalions. I will give you my personal guards. Because I had to rush to the front and attract the enemy's firepower, I had a special personal guards. The main force was allocated to me, a total of 300 people. You stay and use them well. They are not worse than a normal logistics battalion. Anyway, I am a person who will be sacrificed, so I will run back and forth in the middle. I estimate that we can't withstand the enemy's main force attack. I will go first. See you later. Well, wait for me. Not to mention the sand table. Even if it is real, once I die, the main family will help to raise my children. Let's go. Lu Dong was not pretentious. In the center of the sand table, everyone was looking at the progress of the war. Yang Chang and Li Ji were happy for Zhao Hanzhang's choice. He was finally not like them, who foolishly fought the enemy and immediately changed tactics when they found the situation was not right. At the same time, they were worried for Zhao Hanzhang. His opponent was too difficult to deal with. What was difficult was not only the opponent's combat level, but also the friendship between the opponents. The army, it was the army. How could they easily give it to others? In the Tang army, there had never been such a case where colleagues took the initiative to give the army away without the orders of the higher-ups. Only with soldiers in hand would one have more authority. But looking at the other party, they were not thinking about their own authority, but the interests of the whole. When the first 3 Highlands team was defeated, the people at the back immediately thought that the brothers at the front needed more manpower. So they sent them over. In history, how many generals who fought for themselves did not go to their allies? How many times did they watch the fire burning across the river? How many times did they gloat? How many times did they stand by and do nothing? How many times did they add insult to injury? But the people of the Zhang family and Wang family did not. They took the initiative to send the soldiers and supplies, and even helped to repair the fortifications. If Zhao Hanzhang sent a report to Zhang Shogui would definitely misjudge the situation. He thought that there were not many people left in the highlands, and that the fortifications were almost destroyed. Then, based on this judgment, what would the consequences be if he directly rushed up? The other side's regiment was already overstaffed. If he dared to attack or charge, he would be a fool in a single confrontation. It's over, it's over, it's over. General Zhang, you must not be careless. You must know that sometimes the information is wrong. Li Ji muttered and began to pray. Yang Chang also frowned. He was worried for the main force and for Zhao Hanzhang. Li Longji's expression was indifferent. He knew that the generals of the Tang Empire might not be able to do things that would make the army happy. However, there was no need to doubt the Zhang family and Wang family. Their requirement for the inner courtyard was to be united. If Su Gu and Lu Dong did not make such a choice, they would not be able to enter the inner courtyard. Husband, look, aren't they very good? Princess Jincheng said to Zhu Zan. She wanted to praise Su Gu and the others. Zhu Zan took a deep breath and replied, "It's not good, it's strong. How can they disregard life and death and make several choices in the secular world?" Husband, then do you think Xiao Bao and Cuckoo can win? Princess Jincheng liked to hear people praise Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan the most. That will depend on how the generals choose. If I were them, I wouldn't completely rely on the radio station. If this thing isn't used well, many people will die. They have to imagine themselves as the weak and then fight. Otherwise, they will realize that they definitely can't be considered strong. Zhu Zan's eyes were fixed on Zhao Hanzhang and the deployment of Zhang Xiaobao's logistics army. He was worried for Zhao Hanzhang. He estimated that Zhao Hanzhang would not be able to come out. There were too few people, and too much ammunition was consumed in the early stages. If he was really eaten, the blow to the entire army would be too big. Princess Jincheng was still happy. Suddenly, she pointed at the sand table and said, "Zhang Shogui's army is about to meet." Chapter 1024. Zhang Shogui truly was approaching Plateau 1313. He had first received a report from Zhao Hanzhang, saying that Plateau 1313 had already been broken through, and that there weren't many soldiers left. When the main force arrived, they would be able to push through. At the same time, He had also received news that Zhao Hanzhong had discovered people on Plateau 225 from his position, and that there was also an ambush in the nearby low-lying areas. In addition, he had engaged in a scout battle with an unknown number, but the enemy had already left. He had also given a guarantee that he would be like a sharp knife, firmly thrust into the enemy's heart, so that no matter what the enemy did, it would be impossible for them to succeed. When he first received this news, Zhang Shogui had been happy for a few moments, thinking that victory was at hand. Just as he was planning to quickly advance, he suddenly hesitated. Measure wind direction and speed. Glider team, take off and scout Plateau 1313. Zhang Shogui resisted the urge to give the order to advance, instead having the troops slow down and the scouts move out. The messenger quickly returned, reporting, "The fortifications on Plateau 1313 are in disarray, most of them destroyed. From the air, we can faintly see wounded lying on the ground groaning. When my scouts flew over, they were not attacked. Over." Zhang Shogui softly cursed at Zhao Hanzhong. So close. Zhao Hanzhong, you tricked me to death." Turning his head to the officers in the room, he asked, "Did you see anything? My guess is that the other side should have some means to counterattack. Therefore, they first pretended to be weak and waited for our army to rush up and catch us off guard. According to General Zhao's information, the other side should have a battalion or 1.5 battalions of soldiers at the top of the mountain. However, the number of wounded soldiers is less than 100, so the rest are definitely lying in ambush. Our army should be opening up a path with cannons and taking Plateau 1313 in one go. This is called beating them at their own game." A general voiced his analysis and waited for Zhang Shogui's approval. But Zhang Shogui didn't look him in the eye. "Beat my ass. Do you think the enemy's commanders are idiots? They just suffered a round of attacks. So how could they not understand the power of cannons? If they dare to set up such a formation, they probably aren't really weak, but they have an even bigger backup plan. If our army is charging straight up, and the enemy really does have a backup plan, then tell me, how are we going to calculate our losses?" The general who had spoken just now did not say anything, but he was unwilling to accept it. Since they did not know, why did they say that his idea was wrong? Zhang Shogui continued, "I was worried that this was a trap. Zhao Hanzhong truly charged too quickly. He didn't clear out the soldiers along the way, so he believed that with his advanced weapons, he wanted to charge straight into the enemy's main force and determine which army they belonged to. If the other party was Wang Wan's main force, would he be able to gain any advantage by rushing over? If it wasn't, I would have risked my life to keep his brigade. That's not good." At this point, Zhang Shogui shivered and said to the messenger, "Send a report to General Zhao at the vanguard. Order him to quickly retreat and join up with our army. There is no time to be lost. Our army is to set up camp and guard the surroundings. Do not move recklessly." Zhang Shogui's army of more than 10,000 immediately began to set up camp, and various defensive fortifications were set up. The officers carried out Zhang Shogui's orders, and this time, no one objected. This was because they recalled something. Yang Chang's 1st Brigade had charged too quickly in the Fuyang region. They didn't even set up camp before they launched an assault on the enemy. The result was that the enemy had managed to withstand cannon fire after cannon fire, and in the end, they had successfully ambushed and surrounded the enemy. Even now it was still unknown if anyone from that brigade had survived. My opponent is the outstanding commander of the military academies of the Zhang family and Wang family. Outstanding, very outstanding. Normally, if I can think of something, they can definitely think of it as well. If worst comes to worst, I can just advance step by step." Zhang Shogui had once more emphasized who his opponent was. At this crucial moment, he had actually changed his disposition as a commander, no longer constantly searching for opportunistic opportunities to inflict massive damage on the enemy. He had begun to walk a steady path. Afraid, truly afraid that if he were to advance too rashly, he would be schemed against. When the time came, his soldiers would be gone, and so would his position. The middle army would easily be burdened to death by him. Zhao Hanzhong wasn't slow to receive the telegram. However, The speed at which he was leading his 4,000 men was also extremely fast. By the time they were still 2 hours away from Highland 737, the scouts of both sides had first come into contact with each other. When they received the telegram from the rear, they were just about to heed the order to retreat and kill off the enemy in the depression when a messenger ran in, reporting, "Our remaining 10 gliders have been shot down by the enemy using crossbows. One person managed to survive, but he was heavily injured." Reporting back, 2 enemy regiments have appeared behind us and to our left. They are advancing extremely quickly and will soon cut off our path of retreat. Reporting, the enemy has appeared behind us and is advancing extremely quickly. The majority of our scouts have been shot down by the enemy. The returning scouts report that the enemy has already cut off our path of retreat. Please make a decision. 2 messengers came in to report. One was from the glider unit, while the other was from a scout. The scouts were a bit slower than the enemy's advancing speed. Set up camp here. Divide the unit into 2. 2,000 people form a defensive circle and form a triangle. Hurry. For a moment, Zhao Hanzhong no longer considered how to attack the enemy's highland. Instead, he switched from offense to defense. He also knew who his opponent was. Since the enemy was able to mobilize 4 regiments, they were at least divisions in size. How could their commanders be lacking? Send a report back. Our army is unable to complete the retreat mission. We are surrounded. Please give your orders. Zhao Hanzhong couldn't think of a better plan. He wanted to say that they would defend and wait for reinforcements, but he was afraid that they would implicate their own troops. He wanted to say that they would break out of the encirclement, but he was also worried that they would disrupt the deployment of their rear. When Zhang Shogui received Zhao Hanzhong's report, he felt like his head was about to explode. He looked at Highland 1103 on the sand table and said, "They want to force me to attack or go around to rescue the vanguard. Tell me again, what should we do?" The officers also realized that something was wrong. Those who had just said that they wanted to take the Highland in one go no longer dared to have such thoughts. A forceful attack definitely won't work. Even if we succeed, our ammunition will be greatly depleted. When our army first came ashore, we shouldn't have left the area around Hangzhou. Instead, we should have stabilized the defensive line and waited for the reinforcements to arrive. If our ammunition can't keep up, how can we fight? I'm asking you about the present. Why are you bringing up the past? When I gave the order, none of you objected. Now you want to force me down first? What do we do now? Zhang Shogui slapped the table and reprimanded the officer. The officer was startled. His words just now had been unintentional. After all, he was just analyzing the situation. He began to analyze the cause. Seeing that the general was angry, he quietly said, "Let's go around. I propose that we go around. General Zhao still has 4,000 men. Let's go around a place where the enemy's defenses are lax. In one go, we can coordinate from the inside and outside and rescue General Zhao's men. After that, we'll retreat back to Hangzhou's harbor and resupply with ammunition and provisions. Then we'll make plans. Otherwise, if we run out of ammunition, our army can only fight with bayonets. The enemy still has crossbows. Then do you know how many people the enemy has? Our army has gone around them. By the time we meet up with the vanguard, the enemy has already retreated from the vanguard. Our 14,000 men might have entered an even larger encirclement. Our advantage is our weapons, not our speed. We also need 2 legs to walk, and those few horses are used to pull cannon carriages. Tell me, what should we do if we're surrounded?" Zhang Shogui continued to ask. This time, no one made a sound. Zhang Shogui circled the sand table muttering, "Our army isn't suited for siege warfare. The best terrain is either high ground for defense or flat plains. But why do we have to be the ones to attack? Oh, I remember now. We're using advanced weapons to lead the great Tang soldiers to attack the natives. Right, we're the aggressor. These natives are too smart to the point where they know themselves and their enemy. If we're there, we'll have to kill at least 60,000 of the natives' main force if we want to win. If they're in hiding, then it's easier to deal with them. We can just send out scouts to find them. But now, we're making it seem like there's a problem. We must have miscalculated somewhere. calm down and think carefully. While Zhang Shogui circled the sand table, the other generals returned to their own matters. After a full 30 minutes, Zhang Shogui suddenly stopped, clapped his hands together, and laughed. Ha! I know where the problem lies. Our army should have gathered together and linked up the supply lines. Then, we should have deployed the main force to find the enemy's main force. If we found that they were defending the mountain, we should first surround it. Then, we should wait for the artillery to arrive and bombard them, first cutting off their supply lines, and then destroying their fighting strength. If they organize other forces to counterattack, our army can take advantage of the terrain and fight a defensive battle. In this way, we'll turn a battle of command and soldiers into a battle of weapons and supplies. Even if the supplies are the same, and we have the advantage in weapons, right? That's what we should do. After thinking things through, Zhang Shogui was elated. He ordered the messenger, send a report to the vanguard. Have them defend for now, build fortifications, conserve ammunition, and deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. If the enemy dares to engage in a battle of annihilation, give them a vicious beating. As for supplies, have them think of their own methods. Gather materials from the ground. Feed the horses to the people, and the horses kill them. As for the wild vegetables, birds, and beasts, tell them to hold on. Tell them that every day they can hold on will increase the pressure on the enemy. Our army will quickly contact the central army and have them come as quickly as possible. Right now we just need to rely on perseverance and fight for time. Go. Once the messenger left, Zhang Shogui said to another, our army will expand the defensive perimeter. Kill the horses, and gather all sorts of food in the surrounding areas. We have to be quick. The more we gather, the more confident we'll be. After the messenger left, Zhang Shogui sat down, his eyes on the sand table. His hand lightly tapped against his leg as he began to hum a tune that only he could understand, his head swaying back and forth with Weiwei. Haha, I know. The army in front of me definitely isn't led by Wang Wan. Otherwise, why would she leave behind so many supplies for me? If she was leading this army, she would definitely scorch the earth and clear the fields. She would kill all the beasts in the surroundings, pluck all the fruits from the trees, and burn all the grass in the mountains. She wouldn't even leave behind the bark of the trees. At most, I would be able to dig up some roots that weren't burned to death. After analyzing the situation, Zhang Shogui felt that the more he thought about it, the more reasonable it made sense. He felt both a little regret and a little relief that he had not encountered Wang Wan's army. He said to the messenger, have the transfer team pick up the pace. Find a way to contact the middle army and tell them that Wang Wan's main force is not on the Yellow Mountain line. However, there are at least 30,000 enemy soldiers on the Yellow Mountain line. I hope that the middle army can pick up the pace and work with my army to wipe out the enemy on the Yellow Mountain. Zhang Shogui's army stabilized. They did not provide reinforcements, nor did they attack, and they certainly did not retreat. They acted as if they were the ones being attacked, and began to fight a defensive battle. In the center of the sand table, Li Longji had just closed his eyes. When he opened them, he saw that Zhang Shogui's army had stopped, and that Zhao Hanzhang's army had been surrounded. After asking the people who were paying attention to the situation, he nodded and said, Zhao Hanzhang's army has already been dealt with. They charged too quickly, so it's too difficult for them to get back to the rear. Unless they also gather all their weapons, then they can escape with a small portion of their army. But if they escape like this, on the actual battlefield, they will definitely be punished and beheaded. So why is Zhang Shogui not daring to advance? It turns out that a powerful opponent can also make a person mature. It actually made a person who likes to attack and launch surprise attacks learn how to defend. Just defend, and see how Xiao Bao and Cuckoo respond. Your Majesty, this concubine believes that if Zhang Shogui really does not move, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will be able to quickly eat up his army. Your Majesty, look at the weapons on both sides. Empress Wang could see that Cuckoo had a chance of winning from the situation, and happily told Li Longji this. Li Longji said nothing, waiting for Empress Wang to continue. Empress Wang continued, Your Majesty, look. If Zhang Shogui does not move, Cuckoo and Xiao Bao will quickly eat up one of Zhao Hanzhang's brigades in front of them. They can surround them, and then attack them every night. When the wind blows, they can release smoke upwind to cut off the water source of the river, where they set up camp. They can also organize small groups of soldiers and use crossbows to shoot. Should Zhao Hanzhang fight or not? If he fights, he will use up his ammunition, and once he runs out of ammunition, he will die. If he does not fight, he will be ambushed every day. How long can he last? Correct. The Empress understands. Li Longji was in a good mood. He hoped that Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao could win, so that the generals of the imperial court would calm down. They should not think that they were invincible just because they had a few weapons. Every small mistake would result in the deaths of many great Tang men. Gao Lisher added. While wearing down Zhao Hanzhang's army, Cuckoo will be able to determine Zhang Shogui's situation and send out her main force to circle around from the side and surround Zhang Shogui as well. Encircling but not attacking, only defending. Once they were done with Zhao Hanzhang, they could send over some logistics to harass Zhang Shogui's army, preserving the strength of their main force, while using the logistics to wear down the enemy's main force. Now that the enemy's entire population was a soldier, transferring manpower and transporting supplies was no problem. Just like the weapons of the Great Tang's attacking side, according to the rules, every once in a while, a batch of ammunition and cannons can be shipped over. If Zhang Shogui, the vanguard, is eaten up, the Great Tang army will be greatly affected. Gao Lisher was excited. His son and daughter-in-law were formidable, and he also felt proud. But what he hadn't expected was that a single military examination would produce such an effect. At the start of the battle, no one could have imagined that Zhang Shogui would suffer such a huge loss. Of course, the current situation was good. The Great Tang generals would know that their advanced weapons were not as effective as they imagined in the desperate resistance of the enemy. Just as Cuckoo had said in war, it wasn't just weapons that mattered, but people as well. If the general was incompetent, the army would be exhausted to death. When the enemy gathered the strength of an entire race to stake their lives against you, you had to be extremely careful. See, the current situation was like this. Zhu Zizan was the one who was watching the battle the most seriously. In this military examination, he had seen that sometimes cannons and guns couldn't directly decide the outcome of a battle. There were many ways to deal with them. If he had dealt with them properly, he might have been able to achieve the results of Wang Wan's side. Of course, the reason why Wang Wan's side was so formidable was not because of the desperation of the natives, but because of the excellence of their commanders. If the commanders of every regiment, every battalion, and even the commanders of every squad could display their own abilities, they would be able to slowly obtain the results they deserved, gathering small victories to create a great victory. On the battlefield, opportunities change too quickly. Don't underestimate the strength of every single soldier, Zhu Zizan concluded. Then, she whispered to Princess Jincheng. Nunu, don't you think I was very embarrassed at that time? When I was on Mount Hua, I saw the power of the cannon and the advantage of the hot air balloon flying in the sky. I was directly scared. But look at Cuckoo. She and Xiaobao weren't afraid. Their military academy commanders weren't afraid either. In a situation where their weapons were inferior, they thought of all sorts of methods and didn't back down. Husband, there's no need to be so upset. Others were also afraid. The Turks and the tribal leaders of the northern Hebei province were all scared stiff. In the end, our Great Tang was able to so easily take back the land. The weapons were man-made under the command of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, so they naturally knew the strengths and weaknesses of the weapons. How could they be afraid? Also, before the military examination, how much effort did they spend to gather intelligence on the enemy commanders? They already did everything they could. When they realized that the weapons weren't good, they tried everything. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the generals of our Great Tang Imperial Court for being too arrogant. Princess Jincheng consoled Zhu Zizan. Yes, if you want to blame someone, blame Zhang Shogui. Why did the vanguard charge so quickly? Weren't their supplies limited? If I were him, I would first think of a way to annihilate a portion of the enemy, and then steal their weapons. Once I ran out of ammunition, I wouldn't be slaughtered by the enemy. Zhu Zizan slapped his thigh and loudly spoke, placing all the blame on Zhang Shougue. On the side, Li Longji pondered for a moment before speaking up for Zhang Shougue. You can't blame Zhang Shougue entirely. He believed that Huan Huan would set up an array and wait for them, and then he would directly engage in a direct battle. Going to Mount Huangshan was also not wrong. If you want to talk about a mistake, it's that his opponent was Huan Huan. And there's also Xiao Bao. His personality and fighting style have all been figured out. In truth, the battle had already begun a long time ago. It was just that the generals didn't realize it. They even spent other people's money, went to other people's restaurants to eat, and bought other people's things. Your Majesty's words are correct. Xiao Bao likes to first obtain information, and then act. Unless there's a special emergency, Xiao Bao is very steady. Even now, Xiao Bao still has his own caravan trade with a small country in the southwest. He even has caravans that travel long distances to Duoshi. In order to get on good terms with the other side, he even sells important strategic resources, such as ironware, tea leaves, salt, and other things, including good medicines to treat diseases. His goal is not to get on good terms with the other side, but to gather information on the other side. For example, Your Majesty, if you look at Xiao Bao's account book, you will realize that if you factor in the cost of transportation and labor, sometimes the things he sells are basically capital. He has to bribe people, he has to bribe them, and he also has to spend money to put on the image of a good person for the local people. Every time a caravan makes a trip, not only does it not earn a single copper coin, it might even end up losing money. Gao Lisher recalled what his godson had said to him, and brought it up for everyone to hear. Li Longji nodded again. Xiao Bao does indeed like to collect information, whether it's from other countries or from Great Tang. As long as it's information, even if it's just a little bit that doesn't seem to be a problem, he will get it. Let's see how much information his logistics team can get this time. As he spoke, Li Longji's eyes once again looked at the sand table. Everyone else also looked at the sand table. In Wang Wan's room, Zhang Xiaobao also watched from the side. He did not return to his own place. He had already arranged everything that needed to be arranged. When the battle really started, he would wait for the news from the front line to come back, and then analyze it. Then he would send the order back, and let his people do what they needed to do. He estimated that most of his people in the front line would be dead by now. It was his fault for not having a good communication system. Thus, when the battle started, what really mattered was the ability of the commanders of the various basic units on his side. Zhang Xiaobao himself was responsible for the major tactical and strategic arrangements. But because they weren't too far away, and the enemy wouldn't be able to intercept all the messengers, Zhang Xiaobao was able to take a little longer to receive the information from the front line. Cuckoo, Highland 113 is still there, but Zhang Shougue has actually stopped there to build fortifications. It seems like he doesn't plan to attack. Shouldn't you move your main force a little? My logistics team has many soldiers, but they can't surround Zhang Shougue. After receiving the latest news, Zhang Xiaobao pointed at an area in front of the sand table, where Zhang Shougue's forces were located. Let's wait a little longer. Once we've worn down Zhao Hanzhang enough, we'll have some free hands to deal with Zhang Shougue. This Zhang Shougue can be considered quite formidable. I originally planned to send him into the mountains of Huangshan, so that he could spread the information. That way, we could launch a defensive counterattack strategy. Now he's actually scared and is acting like a coward. This is a rare situation. I'm guessing that he already knows that I'm here. That's why when you're fighting Zhao Hanzhang, make your logistics team fight harder. It's best if Zhao Hanzhang can guess where your logistics team is, and you, the commander, are also guarding this place. I'll send half of my main force, 30,000 people, to stealthily move. I'm waiting for the weather. In Huangshan, there's usually a lot of fog, but it's not coming out. Who threw the dice? What a scam. Wang Wan appeared to have nothing to do at the moment. Zhang Xiaobao's team was still fighting, so it was not yet time for her team to go up. Otherwise, if she really did go up, it would be easy for Zhang Shogui to immediately retreat. In any case, the pursuit was not as effective as the initial encirclement. Zhang Shogui's forces still had not lost their fighting strength, and their weapons were basically exhausted. If she gave chase now, the enemy would come out to stop her. Oh, Zhang Xiaobao replied, that's fine. I'll slowly grind him down. There's no rush. In any case, Zhao Hanzhong can't escape. Through his mouth, we can make Zhang Shogui make a mistake in his judgment. This will give Zhang Shogui some confidence so that he won't run too fast. Don't you think he's a fool? He dares to charge all the way at the vanguard. I hope that their middle army can learn from him and speed up their advance. It would be best if they reach the Yellow Mountain region. We'll fight here and eat up his middle army. Then victory will be in sight. Then I'll go back and wait for a while. If Xiaobei and the others send a message, you should receive it first. There's no need to rush to send it to me. I'll fight until I find a safe distance and meet up with Zhao Hanzhong. I'll scare him to death, haha. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao ran out to make arrangements. He no longer needed to wait outside the door. This could be considered a privilege, and he could make up for the time he had spent giving Li Longji advice. Xiaobei's group, which his older brother and sister were worried about, had already arrived at Kaifeng. They were buying local goods, and if they were lucky enough, they could sell them in Jiangzhou and make a fortune. If they left Kaifeng, they would continue to travel along the waterway, following the Bian River to the Huai River, and then into the canal. This way they wouldn't have to go too far. The fleet was temporarily docked at Kaifeng's harbor. This place had always been well developed in terms of water transport. Besides Xiaobei's ship, there were also other ships coming and going. Most of them were cargo ships, but there were relatively few passenger ships. There were also small fishing boats moving back and forth on the river, occasionally casting a net. Sometimes they would stop as a small merchant ship, leaning against the shore where the current was less turbulent, and waiting for someone to call them. Kaifeng could be considered a large city. To the west was Luoyang, and a little further down was Chunlu. Besides trade, it was also strategically important, so it naturally had to have a garrison on guard at all times. It wasn't to guard against enemies from other countries, but to guard against rebellions within the Great Tang. Through this place, they would need to know what was going on. Because of his older brother's worries, when Xiaobei arrived at Kaifeng, the garrison there was very nervous and immediately protected Xiaobei and the others. There's no need to be like this. Right now it's Kaifeng. You guys go about your own business. I want to see the fishing boat. It's really fun. It can even stop and entertain the people on the shore. Xiaobei did not disembark. He stood on the deck of the ship. This place was much larger than other places, so he could make some barbecue or hot soup. Xiaobei had 11 children, and his mouth had not been idle the entire time. If he were to weigh himself, he would have gained 2 caddies. Kaifeng's garrison used other ships to surround Xiaobei's flagship. No other ships were allowed to approach. The local commander was surnamed Hu, called Hu Xiao. He was very worried that something might have happened to the Zhang and Wang family's ancestors in his territory, let alone someone plotting against them. Even if they fell ill in the heavy rain 2 days ago, he would not be able to explain it to the world. So, Hu Xiao took a few people and boarded Xiaobei's ship. They closely followed Xiaobei's footsteps. Only Xiaobei liked to run around, so he took Panna with him. General Hu, you don't need to worry. I brought a lot of people. To be honest, when you came up, the people I brought had to be on guard against you. It's not that they don't trust you, but they must treat everyone as a threat. Put them back. Let the people by your side go back. You stay here by yourself. Well, look at that little boat. That little fishing boat. They actually caught a big shrimp. It's 2 inches long. I want it, quickly go buy it. I'll cook it for Pan. Don't worry, Pan. While Xiaobei was talking to Hu Xiao, her eyes were always looking at a small fishing boat on the water. That fishing boat was next to a clump of grass on the shore. At the stern of the boat, there was a person fishing for shrimp. Xiaobei happened to see it. Her eyes were very sharp. Even though it was so far away, 2 boats away, and there was still some distance between them, she could still see the size of the shrimp. As she spoke, she had already arrived at the front of the ship. Hu Xiao was startled by Xiaobei's actions and quickly took off her outer clothes. Inside, she was wearing a short skirt. She was probably prepared to save someone if they fell into the water. Go, I'll buy that shrimp. No matter how much it costs, it looks good. It's a good shrimp. Xiaobei even stretched her neck to look. She saw that person put the shrimp he caught into a wooden basin on the boat. She smacked her lips and told someone to go buy it. The news spread to the other boats. Some people changed boats and headed towards the fishing boat. Hu Xiao moved closer to Xiaobei and looked at the water below the boat from time to time. The boat was so high that just looking at it made him feel dizzy. When the wind blew, his legs and stomach would cramp. He said to Xiaobei, "Patrol envoy Zhang, stand next to me. I'll block the wind for you. Don't stand too far away. I'll be able to buy the shrimp soon. Don't worry." Oh. Xiaobei indifferently stepped back a little, giving Hu Xiao some face. Her eyes were still looking at the person fishing for the shrimp. At the same time she muttered in confusion, "How much can he catch? Others fish at night, but he fishes during the day. Is the shrimp he sells enough for his living expenses? When I have time I'll fish too. I'm not as stupid as him. I'll fish at night and see how much I can earn by selling the prawns I catch." General Hu, stop right there. Don't come near me. I can see that you can't even stand properly. If you accidentally fall, I'll have to save you. For my sake, you have to take care of yourself. I don't want to always jump from such a high place. After that, I have to take a shower and change clothes. It's a waste of my time. Xiaobei muttered and said a few words to Hu Xiao, who was about to come over. Hu Xiao was stunned and asked uncertainly, "Patrol envoy Zhang, you know how to swim?" "No, I only know how to walk in the water. It's so tiring to swim. Do you know the only difference between the water and the shore? It seems that you don't know either. That is, when you are walking on the shore, when you are tired you can rest and stop. When you are tired in the water, you can continue to walk with the water and save your energy." Xiaobei winked at Hu Xiao and said, "Ah." Hu Chang replied in astonishment. Xiao Yuan, who was nearby, shouted to Hu Xiao, "Don't worry about Xiaobei. Let me tell you this. Everyone on this boat fell into the water. If only one person can survive, it will definitely be Xiaobei. You should stay away from Xiaobei. Otherwise, if you push her down, she'll get angry." Oh. Hu Xiao understood. He thought that he was a good swimmer. But he didn't expect that this little girl was so good. No wonder she wasn't afraid at all when standing at the bow of the boat. Even if she fell, she could still get back up. Even if it was from such a high place. While they were talking, the people on the other side had already come into contact with the people on the fishing boat. However, from this side, it seemed that things weren't going well. It seemed that there was some kind of dispute. After waiting for a while, the two boats separated. The small boat that went to buy the shrimp turned back. The people on the boat made a helpless gesture and spread their hands, indicating that they didn't buy it. "Ah, not selling. I already said, no matter how much it costs I bought it. I like that shrimp and want to give it to Pan Air. I'm not afraid of spending more money. People are fishing for shrimp in the middle of the day. If they don't sell it for a good price, how can they eat and wear clothes?" Xiaobei thought that the people she sent over didn't pay enough, so she was a little unhappy. Hu Xiao saw that his opportunity to show off had come. He glared at them and said, "Who is so bold? How dare they not give me face on the river in Kaifeng? I ruined his business. Someone come. Stop it. If you dare to ruin his business, I will arrest you. You are bullying people in front of me. Are you looking down on us?" Xiaobei was unwilling. If she really let Hu Xiao use force, her reputation would be ruined. People would think that it was the result of her connivance. Only then did Hu Xiao react. Xiaobei was a person who specialized in investigating officials, so he quickly explained, "That's not what I meant. I just asked someone to persuade the person who was fishing for the shrimp, and to speak nicely. No need. I will remember this person. Later, I will ask someone to pay attention to him. If anything happens to him, I will look for you first. Don't say one thing in front of me, and another behind my back. I have seen this too many times." Humph. Xiaobei directed all her anger at not being able to buy the shrimp at Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao opened her mouth but held back. She didn't want to explain. She thought that she would have to protect that person in the future. Otherwise, Xiaobei's people would think that she was looking for trouble. When she looked at Xiaobei again, Hu Xiao finally understood why the officials were afraid of them. Although she was small, she was very clever. She could guess anything and didn't give people a way out. The small boat that went past also slowly approached. A rope ladder went down. A person came up and said to Xiaobei, "Little girl, that old man said he's not selling. No matter how much it costs, he's not selling." "Oh, he wants to eat it himself? I thought he was a seller. Look at other fishing boats. When they catch a good fish, the people on the shore will just wave and shout for them to buy it. That boat, his family is really smart. They actually set up a stove on the boat and can start cooking immediately. When the people on the shore smell the fragrance, they can come up to the boat and eat fresh food while drinking and enjoying the scenery. It's really beautiful." When Xiaobei heard that the other party was not selling, she thought that it was for the food. What she wanted was the feeling of fishing, not a source of income. This was what they meant by saying that it was difficult to buy her with money, unless she used force, and took out money to hire people to rob her. But Xiaobei couldn't do such a thing. When he heard that it wasn't for sale, he turned his attention to other boats, and learned to quickly forget about the shrimp. He wasn't like other children, who couldn't get what they wanted if they couldn't get it. Xiao Yuan overheard and asked the person who just passed by, "Did you mention who we are?" "No. You usually don't allow me to mention it, right?" The person replied. "Then you go again. Tell that old man that Xiaobei wants to eat that prawn. Ask him if he's willing to sell it," Xiao Yuan instructed. The person really went down. The people on the boat watched to see what the outcome would be. This time, it was indeed different. The old man said a few words to the person who went over, then raised his head and looked in their direction. Then, he nodded to the person who went over and said a few more words. The person who went over showed a troubled expression and finally came back empty-handed. "Xiao Yuan, it seems that our reputation is not useful. The old man isn't selling." Xiaobei was really disappointed this time. She didn't care that she couldn't buy anything with money, but she cared a lot about the power of her reputation. In the past, no matter where she was, even in the palace, once her name was announced, she would be treated differently. When she was outside, it was even more so. If she said that she was Xiaobei, she wouldn't have to pay for anything. She would have to accept anything that she liked. Although the value of the gift was higher than what she had bought, she was in a good mood. Why didn't it work today? Xiaobei was very regretful. Xiao Yuan's expression was not good either. Hu Ming was even angrier. He hated that old man. Xiaobei had already revealed her identity, but he still didn't give her face. Why was it so difficult for such a cute girl to eat your shrimp? The person who went came back and climbed up. Without waiting for others to ask, he quickly said, "That old man said that he could give it to you for free. However, he had conditions. I didn't dare to make the decision, so I left it at that." "He said that he could give it to you? That's good. What are the conditions?" Xiaobei was happy when she heard that the other party was willing to give it to her. She could eat all of them. He said that he caught quite a few shrimps and gave one away. As for the other shrimps, he asked if I wanted to exchange. I said that I only wanted one, but he said no. He could only give one away, but the condition was that the other shrimps had to be exchanged. The person who came back had a helpless look. It was probably his first time meeting such a person. When he didn't hear the name of Xiaobei and the others, he directly refused. Now that he heard it, he had conditions. Xiaobei was also surprised. Exchange? Exchange? What does he want to exchange for? It can't be gold, right? That would be too tacky. No, he wants to exchange for a poem. A poem for each shrimps. That means that if you eat his shrimps, you have to compose a poem for him. The person explained to Xiaobei with a confused look. "Ah, you can play like that. Poem? What's a poem?" "Little Yuan, it's up to you. I don't have to eat his shrimps. I just feel that he isn't very spirited. We can't let him look down on us, right?" When Xiaobei heard that it was a poem, his eyes immediately froze. He could only ask Little Yuan for advice. Little Yuan didn't care, but she wasn't happy. She said, "You can give him the poem, but his price is too high. What kind of shrimps are worth a poem?" Is my poem that worthless? Go down and bargain with him. A poem costs 10 shrimps. If you can recite 3 shrimps, it'll be considered a success. Go on. The person went down again. Thankfully, the person running the errands was usually trained. Otherwise, he would have fallen down after a few rounds and had to be rescued. Patrolling Inspector Zhang, I have an idea. What do you think? Hu Qiao felt uncomfortable when he heard that. That old man was a bully. Hence, he said to Xiaobei, "What's the idea?" Xiaobei turned his head and asked, "Isn't it just a poem? We can spend money to buy a poem. With a shout, a poem, regardless of whether it's good or bad, we can buy it for 10 copper coins. This old man just wants to show how different he is. He doesn't need money to appear elegant. Let's not give him the chance, and use the poem we bought to deal with him. In that case, on the surface, it looks like he is exchanging the poem, but in fact, won't it still smell like money? Right? We can eat the shrimps and humiliate the old man. What do you think?" Hu Qiao said his idea, with a look as though he wanted to claim credit. Xiaobei immediately turned his head back and didn't look at Hu Qiao. He acted as though he was very angry. Little Yuan said by the side, "Then why don't I just let my inner courtyard find a group of people, and let each of them sing a poem? I don't need to give the inner courtyard any benefits. Wouldn't it be cheaper if we calculate according to the cost? The old grandpa isn't doing it for the poem. He just wants to play with us. He probably wants to see what we look like. He has never seen us before but has always heard of us. Now that there's a chance, he wants to meet us. It's not like we can't meet him, right, Xiaobei?" At this moment, Little Yuan understood. After some consideration, he felt that his poem wasn't for sale. He felt a lot better. "That's right. Wait for him to come over. I'll discuss with him, and say if singing a song will work. I reckon it will work." Xiaobei went along with Little Yuan's words and said. Hu Qiao was touched and helpless when he heard that. He sighed and said, "Xiaobei, Little Yuan, the both of you are too kind. It's easy for you to be bullied and cheated." That's right. I'm that kind. Sometimes I wonder why I'm so kind. Later on I figured it out. It's because I have a benevolent heart." Xiaobei puffed out her chest and patted her chest with her small hand. Little Yuan and the inner courtyard members of the nearby Zhangwang family turned their heads at the same time. They didn't look at Xiaobei. They knew very well whether she was kind or not. They also felt sorry for Hu Qiao. Little Yuan wanted to tell Hu Qiao that he hadn't seen Xiaobei when she was ruthless. If she attacked someone, it would mean that he was too kind or a fool, if he could see the slightest bit of kindness in her. While they were talking, the old man's boat approached. There was also a person who was in charge of rowing the boat. The old man didn't request for anyone to go down to fetch him. He casually climbed up, and was in good health. The moment he appeared, he stopped and sized them up. When he saw Xiaobei and company, he smiled. "You've grown so big? Good. How many years has it been? Sigh. Eat some prawns." Chapter 10:25. Xiaobei and the others came over to see what the old man looked like. They didn't expect him to have such a personality, but when they heard the old man's words, they all looked at each other. Xiaobei walked forward and pulled on the old man's arm. He asked curiously, "Grandpa, do you know us?" "I don't know you. I've heard of you, but I've never seen you before. I've seen Xiaobao once, and I've also seen your sister Cuckoo once far away. At that time, the two of them were as cute as you." The old man's eyes were red. As he spoke, it seemed like he was reminiscing. "Is that so? I look as good as my brother and sister?" Xiaobei heard the praise and twisted his body in embarrassment. Yes, cute. Our family's Xiaobei is the cutest. If anyone says otherwise, this old man will fight them to the death. Do you want to eat shrimp? Come, look. I've been fishing for 3 days. I caught them in the cool grass during the day. I've been raising them. Finally, you're here." As the old man spoke, he patted Xiaobei's head. Then he took the wooden basin that someone brought up and pushed it in front of Xiaobei. Xiaobei wasn't stupid. When he heard the old man's words, he felt like something was wrong. Just now, he said he wasn't selling, and now he said he wanted to exchange it for a poem. Why did his attitude suddenly change? So he said, "Grandpa, should we eat first or write a poem first? Let's make a deal. I don't know how to write, so Xiao Yuan will write. Xiao Yuan will do it alone, so it'll count as everyone's share. I can only tell you stories and sing songs. Let's agree on how many shrimp for a poem?" The old man's eyes narrowed as he smiled. He nodded and said, "Any amount is fine. Let's eat first and talk while eating. Compose a poem and tell a story. This is His Majesty's Princess Pan-er, right?" The old man saw Pan-er again. Pan-er had been brought up by Xiao Bei and was no longer afraid of strangers. In the past, she always liked to hide behind people and poke her head out to look at people. Now, she stood there openly and looked up curiously at the new old man. Xiao Bei didn't know why, but when he saw this old man he felt very close. He didn't need anyone to protect or search him, and he knew that this old man had no ill intentions. It was very mysterious. So he took the initiative to pull on the old man's clothes and lead him to the place where the tableware was placed. The old man followed, and he even had to match Xiao Bei's pace. When they arrived, Xiao Bei introduced them. "Grandpa, this is Jun-er, Uncle Emperor's son. He's the youngest and was born on the same day as Pan-er. Jun-er, come say hello." Xiao Bei said to Li Jun. Li Jun looked at the old man. Wei Wei bowed and said, "Jun-er greets the elder." Okay, but you can't do that. This is Lil Wang, Lil Bei and Lil Hai. Come over here and try the prawns." The old man was holding the basin in his hand, so he couldn't help but bend over and turn to look at Lil Hai. The group of children gathered around the tableware. Wu Xiao looked very nervous. He looked at the prawns in the basin and thought that they were poisonous. He glanced at the old man from time to time and then looked back at the prawns. He deliberately let the old man see his attitude. Seeing the old man pretending not to know, he said, "This official is Hu Xiao, a military officer in Kaifeng. May I ask where you are from?" "Oh, hello, General. This old man should be considered as a citizen of the capital. I didn't stay in the capital before. At that time, the emperor was not the emperor. Now this old man has no home. Wherever the main family goes, I will follow. Wherever is good, that is where my home is. A few days ago, Kaifeng was my home. Now that I'm on the ship, this ship is my home, okay, Xiao Bei?" The old man didn't seem to care about Hu Xiao's identity at all. He was very calm and asked Xiao Bei who was next to him. Xiao Bei nodded. "Okay, our ship is very big. There is a vacant house. Grandpa, if you want to live there, you can live there. But what about your ship? And the person who rowed the ship for you? Carry him to the big ship? It takes up too much space. My family has a special boat." "It doesn't matter. Let him go back and tell the master that I am accompanying our family's little ancestor, Xiao Bei and Xiao Hai. The master will naturally be relieved when he hears this." The old man waved his hand casually, but his eyes swept over the deck. He seemed to be looking for someone, but he didn't see anyone. He looked a little regretful. When he turned back and saw Xiao Bei and Xiao Hai, he became happy again. Xiao Bei gave a look to the person next to him. That person immediately went to inform the person who rowed the ship for the old man. Of course, they also had to send someone to secretly follow the old man. Otherwise, they would be too unqualified. "Eat." The old man showed a kind smile on his face and pointed to the big prawns in the basin. "They are all alive. It's not easy to fish for prawns. You have to find the right place to fish for prawns. Some prawns don't have any meat in spring. They are all shells. Some have more meat. In fact, my fishing ability is the best. I am not worse than your brother Xiao Bao. Let's go. I will fish for you to eat. As long as there is a river, no matter how clever the fish is, I will catch it for you, okay?" "Okay, Grandpa, you are really amazing. Then do you know where we are going? Will you follow us all the way?" Xiao Bei understood the meaning behind the old man's words. He wanted to follow the ship, and he wanted to fish for him all the way. That was strange. Who was the other party? He didn't feel like he was willing to follow him because of his identity. "I know. You are going to Jiang District, which is Peng Xian Lake. There are many fish, prawns, and crabs there. There are also other shellfish in the river, water birds, and so on. When you arrive, there will be some people waiting there. When the time comes, let them come up. With my old arms and legs, it will be easy for me to fall into the lake. Let them protect me. Don't worry. They will be as loyal to you as your family's protection team is. This time the old man said more. When the 9 children heard this, they understood. The old man's identity was not ordinary, and he seemed to want to protect them. They understood, but at the same time they were puzzled. They looked at each other and shook their heads. They couldn't guess the old man's identity. Little Hai looked at the old man and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he did not directly ask about the old man's identity. Since the old man did not say anything, he would just pretend that he did not care. Instead, he was interested in the old man's words. He asked, "Grandpa, can you tell me how you know we're going to Jiang District? We didn't tell anyone." This was what Little Hai was worried about. Since the others knew, what was the use of him waiting for them? They had already prepared everything that needed to be prepared, so it would be troublesome to investigate again. The old man smiled mysteriously at Little Hai and said, "Don't worry. We know the way, but the others don't. If you go, the people of Jiang District won't be on guard unless someone leaks the secret." The old man looked at Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao was depressed. He was still on guard against the old man earlier, but now, he was the one who had to be on guard. He was so angry that he could not help but say, "You old man, if you didn't tell me, how would I know? I only know that Lil Bei and the others are passing by. As for where they are going, I don't know. I thought they were going to Luzhou. Now that you mention it, I know that they are going to Jiang District. Someone there is going to be in trouble. How about this? I won't go down. I'll go with the ship. Give me a place to eat and sleep." The old man smiled and nodded. "I think so. It's said that you, Adjunct Hu, have a good aim. Within 300 meters, you can shoot wherever you point. None of your shots missed. With you around, we'll have more protection. Lil Bei, can you give me some face? You're not considered to be absent. We'll temporarily lend you to us. Grandpa, you're really good. You know that he has a good aim. Come, let's cook the prawns. Light the fire first, boil the water, and put a little salt in the pot. It's not salty. Panner doesn't like it." Lil Bei did not care if there was one more person or one less. After all, the more people there were, the merrier. She did not know that the fleet in Jili province had departed. She was traveling at the fastest speed to the estuary of the Yangtze River along the coast. When she arrived at the Yangtze River, she would be able to reach Jiang District ahead of time. She did not know that her own fleet and trackers were moving toward Jiang District. Shu Province's soldiers were gathering at the Iron Chain Bridge. Her explanation was that it was a drill. Ships were joining them from time to time along the way. They were all people from the Zhang family and Wang family. There were also hot air balloons from nearby tourist attractions such as Hangzhou. They said that this was a drill for long-distance tourism. While the others were busy lighting the fire and boiling the water, Lil Bei was talking to the old man. "Grandpa, do you know where my things are? Tell me, do you think it's easy for me to sell a doll? They bullied me. Although they might not know that the doll is mine, it's wrong to bully a doll, right?" "Yes, it's wrong to bully Lil Bei. Even if they don't know about this, they deserve to die if they make our Lil Bei unhappy." The old man agreed with Lil Bei. "Huh, deserve to die?" Lil Bei was shocked. "It's not that bad. If they are guilty, let's talk about them being guilty. If they are not guilty, why should they take their lives? We have to be reasonable." "Lil Bei, since it's a gift from your grandpa Wang, you can eat it." Lil Bei paused and turned his head. He shouted in surprise, "Mom, why are you here? Didn't you say that the spring winds are too strong? Do you know an old grandpa? Then I'll eat first." The old man stood up and stared unblinkingly at Lil Bei's mother, who was the Jiang Wang clan. The Jiang Wang clan's eyes also reddened. She also stood there and stared at them. After a while, Lil Bei's voice rang out. "Mom, this old grandpa used to be our neighbor? We don't have him in the village, right?" The Jiang Wang clan finally regained her senses. She quickly walked over to the old man and asked softly, "Uncle Sang, why are you here?" "My dad." Good. Everyone in the family is fine. I didn't want to disturb you, but I heard from Master that His Majesty told Master that someone was bullying our Lil Bei." Master panicked. and told me to bring the family's guards and rush over to help kill them. I was afraid that you wouldn't see me, so I waited here. If you didn't see me, I would follow behind and catch some prawns to pass the time. Who knew that I was fated with Lil Bei? She saw me and caught some prawns. Xiao look at your complexion. Let me touch you. Good, you're pregnant again. The family is going to be lively. When are you going to go back and take a look? It's been so many years. Wu. As the old man spoke, he reached out and grabbed Wang Xiao's hand. He placed his finger on her wrist and began to cry again. Wang Xiao also cried. She nodded as she cried. Lil Bei was stunned. He thought for a while and finally understood. He asked, Mom, it's your family, right? Isn't that the same family that my family would send a generous gift to every year? No wonder you let me catch prawns. When I see old Grandpa Wang, I feel good. Then why do you call Grandpa Wang Uncle Sang? The old man let go of his hand and patted Lil Bei's head. He said, because Grandpa used to take your mom to catch fish. Then we would find something by the river and fill a basket with fish. Oh, I see. I understand. Then I'll call you Grandpa Prawn in the future. No, it doesn't sound nice. I'll call you Grandpa Fishing. Grandpa Fishing, have you eaten the food I sent you? Lil Bei was very good at talking, but for some reason, he couldn't see anyone from his mother's side. I've eaten it. The food is good, but it's not as good as seeing you. The prawns you cooked for Grandpa are the best. Xiao, you haven't told them yet? The old man became happy again when he saw Lil Bei. He asked Wang Xiao, at the same time. No. My husband is busy managing the Ministry of Works all day. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are competing in the martial arts examination. I was afraid that he would be distracted, so I didn't let them send it back. It's the same on the boat. Grandpa Wang, has Dad not done anything in Hangzhou? Wang Xiao explained and asked again. No, he hasn't. Master is usually fishing. What he likes to hear the most is about Lil Bei and Xiao Bao. If he can't hear them, he will send a message to the capital and ask His Majesty. His Majesty won't pursue the past matters. It's all because of you and the friendship he left behind in the past. Do you want to go and take a look this time? The old man talked about the situation at home and then asked with uncertainty. Wang Xiao thought for a while and nodded. Let's go. Let the children see. It's good that I'm staying behind with my sister. She's also here. Don't you think it's a coincidence? Chapter 1026. After all, Xiao Bei was still a child. When she heard that she could go to a place with many people, she was very happy. But she suddenly remembered that she had never been to her grandfather's house. What if they didn't like her? Thinking of this, Xiao Bei looked up and asked Mr. Wang, Grandpa Fish, do you think we will be bullied in Hangzhou? Who dares to bully our Xiao Bei? Master can't even wait to see you at home. Your eldest uncle is also disappointing. He married 3 wives and gave birth to 5 children, but none of them are capable. It's fine if they're not boys, but they're not as smart as you, not even a little bit. They either throw tantrums or run around all day long. No matter how many times they are beaten, they still don't remember. When there are people around, they bully people when they go out to buy things. When there is no one around, they don't even greet strangers. Unlike our Xiao Bei, who can go out and be an official by herself. Back then, our family sent a few people to Sanshui County. Later, all the servants of that family were driven out of the house. The more the old man looked at Xiao Bei, the more he liked her. Although she was young, she was sensible and had a sweet mouth. When she smiled, 2 dimples appeared. Her big eyes were like her mother, Xiao and seemed to be able to speak. Xiao Bei, however, spoke up for her sisters whom she had never met before. It's wrong to hit a child. If you can't do it well, you can teach me, right? Yes, you can teach me. It's wrong to hit a child, especially one like our Xiao Bei. Not to mention hitting her. Even a glare is a crime. Go back and tell Master that you are not allowed to hit her in the future. The old man continued to follow Xiao Bei's words. I wasn't beaten out of the house. My brother never hit me, nor did he let others hit me. He said that only incompetent adults hit children. Is it true that no one bullied me? I'm not familiar with this place. Xiao Bei asked again. The old man was not angry. He still had a smile on his face. Xiao Bei is an official, a third-ranked official. It's a big crime to hit an official. Not to mention ordinary people. Has His Majesty ever hit you? If His Majesty even touched you, your brother Xiao Bao would fight His Majesty to the death. No, he won't. Uncle Emperor is the best. When my family sent a chair to Uncle Emperor always asked my family to make it bigger, so that I could squeeze in the seat beside him. My brother is also reasonable. Xiao Bei continued to maintain its kind nature. Little Yuan said from the side. That's because we haven't been bullied. Otherwise, brother and sister would have killed them. Look at this time. We came out with more than 1,500 people. Brother is worried that we will be bullied outside. 1,500? That. When the old man heard this, he knew that something was wrong. The information he received was definitely not 1,500 people. Even if there were 15,000 people, it was still more than that. Xiao Bao had put on the posture of an army at the city gate. Something had been happening there recently. The old man didn't say it out loud. Instead, he looked at Wang Qiaoer. He didn't believe that the most beloved princess in his family wouldn't know. Wei Wei of the Jiang Wang clan smiled and said, I didn't tell Xiao Bei and the others. Since I mentioned it today, there's no harm in telling them. Xiao Bei, your brother and sister have sent out the fleet of Jili State. When the time comes, they will stop in the middle of the lake. If you guys are in any danger, get into position and attack. Your aunt and I have your younger brother or sister, so we won't accompany you to avoid being frightened. You have to be careful. Actually, it's not a big deal. You've been used to running around since you were young. No matter how dangerous it is now, it's not as scary as when we were young. If we can really fight in Jiang province, you guys can also learn from it. Xiao Bei and the 9 children were stunned when they heard that. They thought that the officials of Jiang province would be like mice that saw a cat when they went over to deal with them. They did not expect that their brother and sister would transfer the fleet over. The 9 children knew very well that the Tang dynasty's fleet was actually dominated by their family. The number of ships in their family accounted for more than 80% of the Tang dynasty's fleet. The fleet of Jili State was the most powerful. It was only stronger than Luzhou because it had to suppress Xi and Luo in Japan. The ships were large. There were many of them. They were fast, had a long range, and the quality of the personnel was high. The overall cooperation was good. When all 60 ships came over, they were like mountains, forming a majestic formation. Xiao Bei swallowed his saliva and looked nervous. He said, Are we going to war? I haven't learned how to command yet. You only know how to scare me with tripping ropes. Do you think our family lacks battle commanders? Aunt, when we were young, did we encounter more powerful enemies? Xiao Yuan asked a key question. Jiang Wang clan glanced at Hu Xiao hesitantly. Hu Xiao suddenly shuddered. He gritted his teeth and took the initiative to say to Xiao Yuan and the others, In the past, your family was powerful, but you could only stay in Sanshui County. At that time, the people of Sanshui County did not support you as much as they do now. Besides, Huayuan County had some foundation. There was no other place. At that time, Luzhou did not have many people. He wanted to support you, but he did not have the strength. At that time, it was not too difficult for someone to deal with your family. Fortunately, there was the Minister of Revenue and the little prince to protect your family. Your brother and sister were dancing on the tip of a knife. Every time they made a choice, they had to satisfy others. Otherwise, they would be doomed. Then, your brother and sister began to use the power of others to fight against others. Little by little, you achieved your family's current status. There are elite troops in the north, south, east, and west of the Tang dynasty that are loyal to your family. The business in the Two Rivers area, the Great Tang Bank, and the military industry are all in your hands. Otherwise, why are you so carefree? How can you become a third-grade official at such a young age? Is that so? Xiaohai understood. His logical thinking ability was very strong, and his ability to understand abstract things was not weak. After hearing Hu Zhao's words, he understood why his family had been cultivating all kinds of talents since many years ago. Political, military, economic, public relations, and technical. Everything was to form enough strength to compete with any force. Xiaobei blinked and said, I was wondering why it was so easy for me to ask Uncle Emperor to become a 7th grade official with real power. It turns out that it is not only because I am cute. Being cute can only make others like me not respect me. Just like what Grandpa Fish said, the servant who disrespected my family in the past was driven out with his whole family. Alas, it's so annoying. The brothers and sisters in Old Willow Village are better. Hearing Xiaobei's words, the old man from the Wang family sighed and said, This is human nature. If your father didn't get the first place in the state's provincial examination, his family wouldn't have sent people. If he didn't get the top scorer, his family wouldn't have paid attention to him. It's true. When you were born, your family was already very rich. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo made a lot of arrangements in advance in order to wait for you to be born. The cesarean section in the hospital was actually prepared for you, but it was useless in the end. The two of them led the doctors to secretly dig people's graves and cut people's bodies with knives. It is said that on the day you were born, the whole Luzhou was filled with a tense atmosphere. The people in Luzhou said that at that time, they felt that if anything happened to you, the whole sky would collapse. So Xiaobei, don't always think that everyone is only interested in you. There is also light in the dark. Xiaobei lowered his head and thought for a moment. When he raised his head again, he had regained his cheerful appearance. He said to the old man, Grandpa Fish, no wonder mother is close to you. You are the best servant. Apart from my family in the inner court, no one will say this to me. But Grandpa Fish, you said it. I know we have our own house, we can walk on the road, we can float on the water. I also have a big pearl that can be used as a ball. If you give me one now, I can't bear to throw it to the ground, but I can throw it to Pan. Mother, when we see Grandpa, don't mention the past. It's all in the past. When you hurt others, unless you are happy, it's better to forget it. Zhang Wangclan smiled, bent down and kissed Xiaobei's face hard. She said, If you are a little smarter, you will catch up to your brother and sister. Ha! I'm not smart enough. Xiaobei pretended to be dissatisfied. If you are smart, you won't say everything. You haven't seen what your brother and sister were like when they were young. When someone tried to play tricks in front of them, a smile from them was enough to make them feel ashamed, but the words they said gave them a way out. Zhang Wangclan's smile became even brighter. Okay, I understand. I still have to work hard. That's why my family's little bridge isn't easy to cross, right? It was actually used as a tool for swearing. I have to take their money. As Xiaobei spoke, his hands had already peeled off the shell of a prawn. He tiptoed to feed his mother. It didn't matter who ate the first one, it wasn't poisonous. Hu Xiao followed up and said, Yes, your family's Sanshui County's bridge to Zhuangzi is even scarier than the bridge of helplessness. The bridge of helplessness is nothing more than death. But your family's bridge is one step into heaven and one step into hell. Standing here, every step you take is like stepping on the bottom of your heart. Step by step, after a few dozen steps, many people feel like they have walked through the past. The older a person is, the slower they walk, but the younger a child can directly run over. Life is so helpless. Who can have a clear conscience? Who can be proud and have regrets? Hu Xiao said this because he had also walked past that bridge. It was a very ordinary stone bridge, without any unnecessary decorations. It was too far away from being gorgeous, and it was also not close to being graceful. But for some reason, when he thought of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, his heart tightened. He had seen with his own eyes that someone had fainted on the bridge and was carried away by the doctor, who was guarding there for treatment. When he really finished the entire journey and arrived at Zhuangzi, he felt very comfortable standing there. There was no love, no hate, no regrets, because this was life. Since there was no turning back, he would resolutely continue on. It wasn't heaven, nor was it hell. It was the human world. His heart recalled the past. He was guilty, who hadn't done something wrong. However, the world was so big. How many people could judge him? This was also why Xiaobei's 9-member inspection team was feared by the officials. It was because they were qualified to judge the officials and ask if the officials were guilty. Oh, I understand. In the future, when I catch an official, I'll tell him, if you're not guilty, take 2 steps. Right? You're actually quite a good person. You joined the army, right? What's the rank of Kaifeng's army? Xiao Yuan. Xiaobei liked to hear this kind of words the most. Even if he didn't quite understand sometimes, he could turn back and slowly think about it. If he really couldn't, he could ask his brother and sister. Then, he would have a story to listen to. Kaifeng's army is rank 5, lower rank 5. But the army here has a lot of real power. It's more important than an ordinary province's army. Xiao Yuan also had to help Xiaobei remember a lot of things. It was like a dictionary. Oh, it could also be called area. Lower rank 5? Rank 5 is a little small. Do you want to be promoted? I can promote you to rank 4 and let you rule. The Hunan Circuit? No, Hunan Circuit is too big. If you really control the military power of the entire Hunan Circuit, won't you become a provincial governor? Where does Hunan Circuit have a provincial governor? Last time, Uncle Emperor told me to arrange positions for people. Look at the place and position, and don't ask for it blindly. How about this? I'll give you the navy of all the rivers connected to Bianzhou, all the way to the Yellow River or the Yangtze River, okay? You'll be the commander-in-chief of the land and water. You can say rank 4 or rank 3. Do you want it? Xiaobei was going to give someone else an official position again. After he finished speaking, he looked at Hu Qiao expectantly. Hu Qiao looked excited at first, but then he shook his head and said, "No, I don't know how to fight in water. Although I'm good at swimming, it's not that I'm selfless, but I'm afraid of being killed. I believe that if you want to command the navy, His Majesty will agree. But one day, when you need me to mobilize the navy, I can't command it well. If I shirk the responsibility and say that my subordinates are disobedient and stupid, will you agree? No, I'm not stupid. It's your problem if your subordinates are disobedient. If you don't use them well, the first one to deal with will be you. If your subordinates are exiled, you will be beheaded." Xiaobei gave a definite answer. That's right. I don't want to die yet. Hu Qiao looked like he was an honest person. Xiaobei nodded. Oh, that's right. If I give you the navy now, I'll be harming you. If I don't give it to you, I'll feel that it's a waste of talent. Xiao Yuan, what do you think we should do? I really owe you. You thought about it yourself, and then asked me. If he doesn't know, let him learn. After he learns, he will know. Xiao Yuan had just peeled a prawn and took a small bite. He felt that it was bland, and was looking for someone to get salt and pepper. Yes. Learn. We can learn. So Sir Hu, follow the ship and learn from the commander on the ship. Don't think that we're a merchant fleet. Even if the fleet from Jili province attacks us, my current team can still fight to the death with them. Who said that merchant ships can't be armed? Who said that merchant ships have to be slow? Right. Follow and learn along the way. After you learn well, I'll recommend you to my sister's military school. It's okay if you resign from your current position, okay? Xiaobei stomped the deck and asked for Hu Qiao's opinion. Hu Qiao was trembling all over. He finally understood why he was able to protect Xiaobei and his team, and why so many people were looking at him with jealousy. This was an opportunity to reach the heavens in one step. As long as you were capable, or had strong commanding skills, or were serious in your work, even if you couldn't do it, as long as you were honest, you had a high chance of seizing this opportunity. If you missed it, then don't blame the heavens and accuse others. The excited Hu Qiao looked at the Zhang Wang clan. However, the Zhang Wang clan turned her head away. It wasn't that she couldn't make the decision, but that she didn't want to. The old man from the Wang family said to Hu Qiao, Sir Hu, the person who will give you an official position is our Xiaobei, not Xiao Er. I'm willing. I'll learn. I'm still young. Hu Qiao understood. If he looked at the Zhang Wang clan, wouldn't he be implying that Xiaobei couldn't make the decision? If Xiaobei got angry and lost the opportunity, the Zhang Wang clan would naturally protect her child. If Xiaobei got angry, did he expect him to give him an official position? Xiaobei acted as if he didn't know. Alright then. You'll learn as you go. Start with the basics. The commander of my family's fleet must be familiar with every job. For example, if we're heading east, the wind is westerly. The speed of the sail is very fast, and the ship is at full sail. You're the commander. Through the binoculars, You can clearly see the enemy to Li ahead. Their position is slightly north. It's a fleet like ours. You just have to shout, drop the sail, turn left and fire from the right. You're dead meat. Because they're going against the wind, they're also turning left. They're at full sail and half mainsail. We're slightly southwest of them, so they'll come over first. So you have to know what our ship looks like, how fast it turns, and the effective range of the cannon. Do you understand? Hu Qiao nodded in shock. Didn't Xiaobei say that he didn't know how to command? Why was he able to casually give examples when he was talking to him? Then what do I have to learn first? Hu Qiao asked. Washing the board, arranging the cargo boxes, tying knots, and standing against the wind. A voice came from the side. Hu Qiao turned his head and saw a man who was not even 30 years old. He was very tanned and stood upright with a serious face. He was like a nail that was nailed to the spot. The first impression he gave was only one word: steady. Then it was rigid and mean. I haven't asked. The fleet's commander-in-chief, which is also the captain of the flagship. In the future, you will learn from me and do as I say. I want you to remember the joining points of every piece of deck wood and arrange the cargo boxes of all shapes and sizes neatly. When you want it to open, it will open with a pull. When you don't want it to open, the cargo will not move with the ship. When you stand on the deck, the wind will not sway you, and the waves will not hit you. As such, you are qualified to move on to the next lesson. When the person spoke, he was also very serious and unreasonable. Okay, I'll do it, Hu Qiao said indignantly. He didn't believe that he couldn't do such a small thing well. Report good news. Little master, little miss, good news. In the hibiscus garden, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were eating lunch boxes when a person suddenly ran in and shouted loudly. Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks and said to the person, "It seems that you are full. You are very confident. Speak, I will eat after you finish." Report, I haven't eaten yet. I am hungry. I will eat later. I have good news. The ladies are pregnant again and are preparing to go to Hangzhou to recuperate. Hangzhou Wang family. The person didn't care about Zhang Xiaobao's attitude at all and said with a smile. With a clatter, Zhang Xiaobao's chopsticks fell on the small table and stared at the person. Wang Wan also stopped eating and opened her mouth slightly, because the two of them heard clearly that the ladies were not the same person. Cuckoo, isn't this too much of a coincidence? Why are you together again? Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan. As the saying goes, I can't make a book out of coincidences. The question is, why did we only find out now? Wang Wan was more concerned about this. Because when we go out, we are afraid of our mothers. We're going to have a younger brother or sister again. I guess we will have to start from the beginning again. Do you think it is a good thing, or a good thing? Zhang Xiaobao thought of the scene of a large group of children running around. It is a good thing. Xiaobei's agarwood house can be used. Wang Wan gave a definite answer. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.